Hello, everyone, and welcome to the March Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. It is a pleasure to be here with you. I am Juhadre, and with me on the cast is Top Ramen Chef.
Hello.
How you doing, Ramen?
I'm doing fine. How are you? Excited to see the new teams that play today?
Absolutely. And new teams, yes, but a lot of familiar names coming in. We have the teams from. Hold on. Let me get my list back up here. We have the Washed Up OGs are returning, so that's exciting news. We see Team Unknown on the roster once again. We Royal Blue Esports Team One has come back, and
Mm-hmm.
a new name. Maybe their hands will cramp, but we will be able to notice a lot of the Fall Guys on that team. So really excited to see who all is going to be, coming back into form today as we participate in March.
Now, is maybe their hands will cramp, hoping that the enemy team's hands will cramp so they can't
I
play.
sure
Is that the strategy?
I think so.
Maybe we
A
should get them.
lot of Go ahead.
I think maybe we should get them to play Cassiopeia. That'll help.
Right. A lot of fun going into this particular tournament. I'm looking in the Discord server, and Team Unknown has their voice chat captioned as winners VC Pog, and I think that's very clever. And a lot of new teams joining up here as well. The University of Northern Florida has joined us. Oh my gosh, that didn't work. And then the Dirty Dogs have shown up by round, which we had 9 teams at the beginning of the day, and I was pushing to make sure they got the first buy just because I think that would be hilarious. And EMCCPC rounds out our roster today. And speaking of today, this is only March, but everyone, we want to announce April has already been opened for registration. That will be on April 19th. Yes. And we are happy to announce May will be on May 17th at the same 1 p.m. Pacific time start. So mark that on your calendars, get your teams ready, and we will be here for you to give you a great broadcast. Now, Raman, speaking of broadcasts, today we are starting off with 2 new teams. It's going to be Dirty Dogs versus EMCC/PC. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, we'll see if they're as chaotic as the teams that we've come to know at the Progenitor League circuit are. So maybe they'll
Right.
be more composed, or maybe they'll just have 20 kills at 10 minutes. We'll see.
I don't know, but 2 things that I want to bring up is number one, with the changes that they made to Otacon and the ability to spawn the ruinous version more often, do you think that we will ever see a Voracious Otacon again in the PLC?
Have you ever seen a Voracious Autogon after the changes? Ever?
Yes.
That's crazy because
Yes.
I I've never seen this happen in any of my games since they made the changes. It's basically feels like a 100% spawn rate for Ruinous, so you're always just gardening after you kill him. I haven't
Well,
seen
there you go.
debuff in at least 2 months. I think it's crazy.
And then second thing, in this particular matchup, I know the team captain for the Dirty Dogs. He's a friend of mine from when I was managing the Rated R esports team. And so I know that he has some very talented players and is a very gifted strategist and drafter. So I'm expecting good things to come out of the Dirty Dogs. And that's all that I can say because that's all of the information that I really have.
Yep, I'd be really excited to see some a good draft and some really good macro. I think you'll be able to see if he's as good as you say he is, then maybe we'll see the Dirty Dogs be able to outplay some of their opponents just
Mhm.
through a very clean manner. And I'd like to see some of those teams do that. I think we can see a lot of teams get pressured on the macro side of things.
Absolutely. And another thing really interesting about this particular month's tournament is we have 4 championship teams in here. We have the Washed Up OGs, Royal Blue Esports, Team Unknown, and because maybe their hands will cramp, is mostly made up of the Fall Guys. That's 4 different teams that are currently in our mix up who have all won the PLC at least once. So the
Yes.
competition leading into the playoffs portion of our stream today is going to be intense.
Yeah, it's good to see a lot of different competitors, all former victors. See who's the best of the best.
All right. And once we have draft up for you, everybody, we will switch to that. I know that we at least have the lobby built. One of the biggest thing changes that PLC has made is we switched to Battlefy as our tournament platform. That gives us the chance to use the tournament codes, and that puts everyone into the lobby extra quick, and we can get the show started that way. So I'm excited for that. It helps track better data so we have more information when we look back on our tournaments. And speaking of Battlefy, if you don't have an account, make sure and get one so you can sign up your team and play.
You know,
And
last time I watched the tournament, Mel was not a legal pick. So do you think we'll see any Mel in this tournament?
I do think so. I think she's a strong champion. I think she's a lot of fun to play as well. I got a chance to give her a try, and I don't think she's too overpowered. I think she's annoying for sure, but I think that there will be good opportunities to play her, especially with the nerf to Aurora. I think that she's still viable, but Mel does similar things with the range and magic damage. So I'd like to see that.
Yeah, we'll see. New champions are always exciting on the Rift.
Mhm.
I've heard some people complain about Mel's spikes past 2 items having not feeling particularly strong, but on release it didn't seem like that mattered too much. But
Right.
we'll see how that champion sells out over the next couple of months, I'm sure.
So speaking of release, I want to talk about the lane swap mechanic that just popped in. Now, we didn't see a lot of actual lane swaps, but in particular in February, we had some roaming supports do some level 1 ganks, and that's not a thing anymore. So I our the beginning of our games are going to be a little less exciting than we have had in the past, but I think it will be good to still see some strong 2v2s in the bottom side. And, those top lane purists like myself will get a chance to see actual 1v1s in the top.
Yeah, people getting the lane will be exciting. You can always donate 600 gold to the enemy top laner if you want to use your support to gank at level 1. All
Well,
right, beginning draft here.
yes, and a draft has been going while we've been talking. There was a crash on our overlay, so thank you to production for getting that all fixed, and we are up and going. The Yumi lock-in surprises me a little bit so early, but strong champion, really frustrating to fight against if paired with a good safe marksman. So I'm excited for that, and I personally am a Riven enjoyer, and I'm really excited to see 1989 TS pilot this champion.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure you can first pick Riven or as a second on red side there without seeing the enemy top laner. We do see Poppy locked in. Poppy's W is really good in a Riven. Riven can't cast any of her abilities, so that makes it a little bit harder to play that matchup. We'll see if that's what they plan to do with Poppy.
Even if Poppy is in the jungle, I still think that that's a killer champion to pick right after seeing a Riven. And then the lock-in of the Ezreal with the Yumi, there is almost no way this Ezreal dies, right? He's got the arcane shift, he's already got super range with the Q, and like then you just heal and shield him. So I think that the Ezreal is going to become a problem pretty quick.
Yeah, we do see on the side of EMCCP see a very safe bot lane duo, and looks like Dirty Dogs are opting to take Sivir into that. Maybe just start push waves, farm it out, and maybe look to not interact too much in lane and try to generate leads with map pressure.
Yeah, shoving the wave under the turret, forcing Ezreal, who already likes the CS under turret, to just do that while they get to pressure on the Drake and get some vision, maybe some scuttle crabs and such. What support would you like to see paired with that, or do we think that's what the Maokai's job is to assist in that way?
Maokai's a good flex here if you want to run him support. Basically, you're trying to think of any support that goes with the Sivir Deathball comp. Trying to think of something like Braum or just some Leona, Nautilus, anyone who just wants to Nautilus would be actually quite good here because his ultimate can follow Depth Charge can follow Ezreal's Arcane Shift, and that makes it much easier to get on top of Ezreal, which is going to be a big problem for the side of Dirty Dogs if in team fights.
Okay. Well, the Mel that you were talking about is seen. It is banned, but it is seen. Cinder locked in for the Dirty Dogs. And that's interesting to me. I would have thought that we would see either the support or a confirmation on the jungler instead of the solo lane pick there. But I don't know. The Dirty Dogs have to have something in mind.
Yeah, we do have the counter pick support angle here for last pick, it looks like, unless, of course, Maokai is still being flexed as the support option, and think of maybe a counter pick jungle instead. We do see EMCC PC round out their comp with Galio and Vel'Koz, so they're going to be able to protect their Ezreal very well, and we'll see if Dirty Dogs are able to get through the Galio shields, the Yuumi shields, and be able to kill the backline during the game.
I know that Billy Harold is a Galio enthusiast. He's very good with the champion, loves to play it, and will probably do a lot of good against the Riven on the top side. So that does confirm the Poppy in the jungle. And then the Nautilus locked in, as you suggested. I think that's a great pick. It does round out the Sivir Deathball comp, as you called it. Sivir is a really strong champion whenever you want to dive, whenever tanks are strong, whenever crowd control is overly prevalent, because it allows all of your champions to get in and do what they do best when there are no other usual gap closers. And so I really like what Dirty Dogs has put together. There's a lot of stop the other team from moving spells. And so that's exciting to see.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here in Nautilus. Like I said, it seems like a good pick to connect with the Ezreal here, and I'm kind of worried about the Vel'Koz because he's much less slippery target, and we'll see if their EMCC PC is able to protect the Vel'Koz in these key team fights. No mobility champions like that into something like Nautilus is going to be real hard to even be on the same screen.
Right. And so Sanjeev is going to have to play exceptionally safe and take really, really great care about when he uses his flash. If he burns it real quick without, trying to juke out a skill shot or trying to get to his team and survive a couple hits, then the repeat gank is going to be a really big problem, especially, like you said, no mobility whatsoever. So good map awareness from Sanjeev, using his E to knock people away before they can engage, those type of things. Otherwise, the Vel'Koz is going to be in a lot of trouble. But on the other side, the bottom lane is one of the most obnoxiously safe duos that I've ever seen. And that's going to be a frustration point for the Dirty Dogs, I would imagine.
Yeah, overall, I do like the draft from Dirty Dogs. I do feel like the order was incorrect into this. You could have picked Nautilus much earlier in draft and maybe avoided seeing Riven counterpicks, or maybe pick a different mid laner if you saw the Galio come out. But overall, I think they'll be pretty strong into this matchup. One of the things EMCC PC is lacking to disrupt the Sivir Deathball comp to me is a split push threat that will keep them apart. Obviously, they have Riven. Riven's a better split pusher than other typical top laners like Ornn that might fit really well with the Sivir comp. So that might be something that they'll struggle with as well as split pushing to try to separate the team members of Dirty Dogs, and that'll be interesting to watch, see if they're able to stand and fight those 5v5s.
Right. I do think that Galio could be a decent split pusher. His ultimate, similar to how Shen is a good split pusher because he always has a way to join a fight. So as long as his team, the rest of EMCC is in the middle lane when he's in top or bottom, or if he's in mid lane when they're on either side, I think that could be an effective way to go, especially if you're running with the Sunfire Cape or the Hollow Radiance, able to push those waves, especially with his passive and the amount of AoE that Galio does, that might be an effective way to do it. And Riven isn't so good into tanks, right? She's very bursty, and her combo only does so much. And if you're not losing your health, then the wind slash doesn't deal as much damage either. And so I think that the Galio was a really intelligent pick.
Yeah, if I'm playing Riven here, I'm definitely not very happy. I don't think I can play the game. Realistically, I am probably running down a side lane for 20 minutes of the game and saying whatever, I don't really want. I'm not jumping into Poppy. I'm not jumping into Galio. It's not worth my time. Maybe I'll try to flash over a wall somewhere and combo the back line, but it's Ezreal and Yuumi, so we'll see. Oh man, right into the game. We've got the top lane cheese on the side of Dirty Dogs, and they're running straight into the bush top lane. They're looking for that early lead.
This is something that they talked about on the dive, where it is easier to get into the top side of the map. Oh, but hold on. Did we see it?
Oh yeah, Billy Harold is spotted out in the top side jungle. He gets hit by the Nautilus hook, and he goes down. Smart doesn't have flash, doesn't use any of the sums there to try to escape after that hook connects. So that's first blood over to Dirty Dogs, and that's going to be a kill on Riven, by the way. So very nice lead for the top lane. She's going to get a free pair of boots.
Yeah, Riven is one of those champions that if you don't get ahead, she becomes really, really hard to play effectively. So the boots being a really big deal, because all of her spells being mobility based, you actually travel farther with your movement speed. It's not by a lot, but it's enough, and you get this weird ability to move further along the map. And so that's a great pickup there for 1989 TS. A great start for the Dirty Dogs. More engaged, though.
That was top lane, too. Billy Harold's already very low after that first trade with Riven. I was sort of imagining the Poppy match up top lane, but unfortunately, Ignite comes down from Riven as well. He's going to get a second kill on the first wave there. It's pretty far ahead. Hook lane from Nautilus there, but Yuumi Shield's keeping Ezreal reasonably safe. There's some pokes coming out from Sivir as well, and they're going to be a little low.
This start is interesting to me. The Sivir starting with Cull, this is more of a farming choice than a harder push, because it doesn't give you any attack damage. So the Dirty Dogs are probably thinking that they are stuck in this lane here, so you might as well get extra gold with it. I can see the reasoning behind it, but I want to say I would have preferred to see the Doran's Blade there instead.
Yeah, we did see the bot laners handshake farming ruins. We see Tear start on Ezreal versus Cole start on Sivir. The way the Dirty Dogs are playing it, though, they're very aggressive and they're getting some pretty good trades off. So it's not maybe not quite as rewarded for doing that, but and we have a pause.
Looks like a disconnect from Man with No Life, which can we agree that that's one of the greatest names in the history of League of Legends usernames?
I think it's funny that anyone who uses numbers in their name now, that you can just have your name be whatever you want. It's really funny to keep them, so you can keep the zeros for the O's and stuff, all that leet speak. That used sort of a bygone era in League of Legends, since you don't have to do it anymore to get the name you want.
Yeah, with the tags and all of that.
Yeah.
So one of the big things here is I was not expecting the quick second kill on the Galio up top. I imagine it has to do with tanks are weaker in the beginning part of the game. They're not as tanky. They need the items and the health. They need to scale a little bit, whereas damage champions, especially with the adjustments to the runes to give all of the adaptive force, have this advantage in the beginning part of the game. So it was an unexpected second kill, and it caught the EMCC off guard a little bit, but Billy Harold has adjusted nicely, and he has been staying back and trying to farm at a distance. So good for him at recognizing that he does not have advantage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think we did see 1989 TS do a very good job of keeping up his Conqueror stacks in lane, and by being able to rotate through multiple rotations of those broken wings, he's able to pick up a lot of damage and convert that into a kill.
Right, we are back. Not too long of a pause. I think that's good news. And Man with No Lie has come back. That's great news for EMCC.
100%. Yep, we're seeing that Riven hasn't back just yet, so we haven't seen the full power of that extra kill. But she's continuing to trade in top lane, and Gau's getting a bit low here as the junglers finish up clearing from bot, full clearing from bot to top side. We see Maokai on the Rift Scuttle here, just finished that as well.
Ooh. I think that 1989 might be in some trouble.
Yeah, jumped over. 1989 just jumped over Gromp, and I think Mammoth No Life spied just a little early. Riven actually picked up the Gromp here, and now Team EMCC is split up here. You see Vel'Koz coming in from the mid lane to try to help, but Syndra is able to push him out and pick up the kill on Mammoth No Life there. Another kill going over to Dirty Dogs.
Great roam from Christensen, just seeing the play as it was being called. Actually, let's be real, 1989 jumped over the wall specifically to attack that Gromp. We can see the ward there in the jungle. That was why they were moving that direction. Alphabet Cat was not even hesitating to follow up on it, so Christensen knew that was the play, gets over there, scatters the weak, picks up the kill, and they gives them the first tick onto the feats of strength. And this is really, really good for the Dirty Dogs. They got their first blood, they got their second follow-up, and they got a perfect roam, and they're able to outplay the disadvantages that came into the draft with the Poppy, with the tanky opponent to the Riven, and the pressure that they're able to put will even net them a Drake.
Yeah, that was some very good jungling from Alphabet Cat. Saw that the Rift Scuttle was free, and I think Dirty Dogs were able to deduce that Man with No Life hadn't quite completed his clear yet, and so they checked Gromp and got really nice, put themselves very ahead with that move.
You know, even with the Faded Ashes here, Maokai deals so little damage to this dragon. That took so long. Yeah.
Let's see. You do see some farm bleeds. Top lane's farm bleed is already 40 CS at 6 minutes in. 1980 TS can do whatever you want. We see Billy Harold trying to taunt him underneath the turret, but he's just out of range, and there's a plate goes over 1980 TS too. And if No Life is here, blocks Riven's dash, but she's level 6 already. She actually plays out Exile and Wind Slash and Ignite. Gonna take out Man with No Life, but Sanjeev is here as well to pick up the shutdown onto 1989 TS. Really nicely. A decent trade for EMCC considering how far behind we are in top lane. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite relieve top lane since Billy Harold did not get him too much gold from that kill.
No, he did get assist gold, and that was shut down over to the Vel'Koz, and it might be taken away almost immediately. But the good news is, and I mean this in the most friendly way possible because I also am a Riven enjoyer, but that was a classic Riven move.
Yeah, we'll see a fight on Void Grubs now. Billy Harold just spotted out Alphabet Cat on the Grubs. Man with No Life is here as well, but Nova's rotated up from bot lane, and there's going to be a numbers advantage on the side of Dirty Dogs. Looks like EMCC is opting to give over the first 3 Grubs to Dirty Dogs.
Very, very strong showing from the Dirty Dogs. Another fight, though.
Yeah, but 1989 TS is still roaming through a jungle. They're on the Gromp respawn timer. He's taunted underneath the turret, takes a ton of turret damage, and with No Life, escapes barely with his life. 1989 TS.
Nova.
Nova is just running into the turret. Uses the Riptide, gets the auto, and trades a kill. That is... that was psychotic. Sanjeev's also picking up a kill on Alphabet Cat, who's trying to finish off the Gromp. He's going to pick up CS. Now he's going to activate Lifeform Disintegration Rate. Alphabet Cat is going to use Quick Advance forward and is able to get behind that.
The barrier!
Christian TX is flashed in, and then almost finished off Sanjeev with Unleashed Power, but no ulti on Syndra. Wind Slash comes out from NTS. Blade Exile just came up, and he's actually still going to die. He's going to blow all the summoners and just and just barely not make it out.
This game is delivering. And like we said, every single time a new team joins the PLC, it gets bloodier and bloodier. Like how? We're at the 1 kill a minute, so it's not quite as bad as some of the other games that we've seen, but the Ruinous Otacon is coming without a doubt. People are dying all over the place. Even on the bottom side, the way that the marksmen are trading is just insane. I've seen a bunch of the Prowling projectiles blocked, but then the spell shield doesn't stop the mystic shots, and more fighting.
Yeah, we saw a nice look from Nova as Ezreal arcane shifted forward there. A nice trade. Ezreal's slightly up on CS here. It's almost even, so nothing too exciting happening in the bot lane, or at least they're going relatively even, whereas the rest of the map is struggling a bit.
Yeah, I really like how EMCC is handling this. They're keeping themselves calm. They're sticking to their plan, except this was a little awkward.
Very nice arcane shift from Ezreal to cancel the Nautilus hook, and a little bit of fight over vision before bot lane returns back to lane.
But this is what I'm talking about. The way that Bredonis is playing with Server Panda down here. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. Arcane shifts on cooldown for a second there, and the second hook does go through. We do see the Yuumi ults come out as well to try to dissuade the engage, and it does at the cost of a major cooldown.
Yeah, Bredonis and Server Panda are doing their job, right? They're down here farming. They already 222 on the tier. That's great, right?
Yeah.
Stacking with the tier, have your sheen, you're farming fine, and you're safe. And it's doing good things for EMCC. Now, there is a trap here that is being laid by the Dirty Dogs. They want EMCC to come and try and stop the proxy. But here's the thing. You keep your vision up in the jungle so that you keep a hold of that, but you cannot try and stop the proxy. Just accept the free farm on the top side. Let Galio get that gold. Let him keep up, because he is really far behind. Just look at the numbers. And so staying up here like this, he's not going to take a whole bunch of damage from the minions, especially with this Glacial Shroud. So let him do that. Let the proxy happen. But you need to get some vision up on the top side unless you decide to fight here for a Drake.
Yep, we see the Man-in-the-Light going on Alphabet Cat and there, and the Vel'Koz finishes off Life from Disintegrator. A very nice knock-up from Sanjeev is going to kill. Bredonis is chasing down Nova. Nova's got to throw the hook in and is going to die for that. Sanjeev picks up the kill there. Man with no life is continuing. The MCC is maybe looking to fight Sivir on the turret,
dangerous.
But Christensen is behind them. He hits them with a 3-man stun, and 19 TS is here as well. Flashes forward, wind slash, takes out Sanjeev. Broken Wings forward. Bredonis is kiting as best he can, but can't survive this. He gets into the alcove. 98 TS is on top of him. Got to pick up a double kill, and then there's one lone Yuumi. And fortunately, that's another 300 gold over to 99 TS. He's very far ahead here, and Sivir's going to start picking up some plays on the bot lane.
It was so close to a great set of plays for EMCC. Bredonis is a problem. He was doing so much damage. He was doing exactly what he was designed to do. He's been farming, he's been buying his items, and he was wrecking these guys, especially with the help of Man with No Life and Sanjeev, setting up that kill onto Alphabet Cat. It was so clean, but then they stayed too long. They got the kill onto Nova, but they went into a choke point. When you have a Riven and Sivir, you cannot just fight in a choke point. That's not how that works. But jump forward.
You see Bredonis arcane shifting in. He's going to land the Mystic Shot, but Sivir's going to barrier that and survive. Greed for plays a little bit, but is not terribly punished for that. We also did see Alphabet Cat pick up the 6 grubs, so that's a huge pickup for Dirty Dogs, and they're actually going to be able to pick up this dragon as well, it looks like.
That'll give them feats. Yeah, if they were able to get it, that'll give them feats. What the heck is Poppy building? Is that a Death's Dance?
I think it could be Eclipse. Trying to think of the possible build items.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
I mean,
Redis is rotating up to this dragon. Man with No Life isn't here though. They don't have a smite. You do see the Maokai ult come out here and root up Redis there, but no fighting. Just they pick up a very nice Hextech dragon as
Zenji.
the rift changes to Inferno.
Inferno Rift is exactly what we like to see here at PLC. More damage, more damage, more damage. And I like it. I like the opening up of the map. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and go on a little bit of a tangent here. I love the Elemental Rift changes. The fact that they implemented that as a thing, a permanent thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think every Rift is perfect, but I love the concept, and I think they did a great job with the 4 original elements. I think they did good stuff.
We do see. The Elemental Rifts do have some fun things, although sometimes the Earth Dragon, I hate sometimes how I lose vision. But we do see. We've been seeing this on the map quite a bit, but 1980 TS has been basically poaching the EMCC's topside jungle as well as proxy farming, and you see the vision line Dirty Dogs has set up in the jungle so they know who's there, and they'll be able to, if Mammoth like walks in there, they can theoretically just jump on him because he's already weak as is. Now we
Adonis needs to leave.
Yeah, Verdanus is going to be get targeted with Death Card. Nova's going to flash forward, but they're going to find Man with No Life. He's going to hit the heroic charge onto Nova. Nova's going to die, and Siffer's all alone here, getting beat up, slowed down, and another kill for Bretonus. He's going to pick up a decent chunk of change from those 2 kills, and is able to push down the bot lane.
That was nearly 400 gold for that shutdown. That was great. I saw a 388 pop up there. Now, I thought Verdanus stayed too long. But when you know that Man with No Life is on his way, that actually was not bad at all. So they do lose the turret. And I mean, you've already lost the feeds anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. However, it is the first turret, so it is a big deal. But you get 2 kills back, one of which was definitely a shutdown. So good things for EMCC there. And I like that they are continuing to play this game this way, to be strong, to try and find their advantages and get what they can here while they have the opportunity.
Very nice punish from
Hex flash.
And see, Nova's hex flashing over the wall into EMCC's jungle. 1990 is here as after all. Has been a bit of a farming throw. Lands on Riven. Keeper's Verdict hits Nova, but Nova actually disjoints it with the hook.
Oh my!
Just found Sanjeev and is in the back line on top of Bretonus. Billy Hero goes in very low. They're trying to do something about this Riven in the back line, but they're all going to fall. EMCC is going to drop as well, and double kill goes over to Christensen. And as a messy fight in the topside jungle, as I said, Dirty Dogs has a lot of words, a lot of vision, and they know whether they can take the fight or not.
Hubris plus Sundered Sky means that Riven is probably going to be dealing way too much damage and is never going to die. Once Eclipse comes out on that item combo, she will be nearly unkillable and will be dealing so much silly damage. So 1989 TS really doing a great job here. Oh, that turret's not
Billy
live
Hero,
enough.
1989 TS is taking a lot, but unfortunately
Not
with
enough
6
health.
scrubs, it's 1 HP, and Billy Hero just teleported to a turret that is gone, which is very, very rough for him. He's trying to escape. John's a taunt. He's getting some space here, and he actually makes it out with the taunts, which is pretty surprising. 1989 TS is going for more. Activates blade dash, jumping the wall, but Brandis is there, Man with No Life there. He just jumped at like 4 people and one man died. That was a little awkward. Nova's now alone here in the topside jungle, and the MCC is going to find them as well. Man with No Life is also targeting Alphabet Cat. He's going to try to get out with his ulti, flashes away, and they're still going. Siffer ulti to try to give some speed.
Oh my gosh!
You can see the auto attack from Poppy hits him with the shield bash, Captain America style, and his kill goes over to Man with No Life. That was a very messy fight. Dirty Dogs giving up a lot of gold with those kills, and they do pick up the Rift Herald, so it's not all lost for them. But that was a pretty large gold swing.
I think they call that limit testing when you jump into 4 members of the enemy team for what appears to be no reason. And, well, limit has been tested and been identified. So 1989 TS cannot stand against 4, especially when the Poppy is there. Regardless of the steadfast presence, that wall slam was heroic charge. Sorry, that's what it's called. Just like smashed him, right? When you can't move as Riven, you lose. That's just how it works. She's really annoying to fight because she is so mobile, but the moment she can't move, she's useless. So good job to them. They get the shutdown gold once again. But I think we need to see a little bit more discipline from the Dirty Dogs if they're gonna really win this game. But
Yeah,
I could be
Man with No Life being chased into the mid lane, and unfortunately, EMCC is not able to escort him out, so he's going to end up dying there. Just got a little too close to that dragon that the Dirty Dogs were taking, and they found their opportunity.
So the Eclipse is a fun idea, but the problem is you have to be fighting someone for the benefit of that item. And so if you're not, then you just there we go.
Yeah, hold up here. We see Billy Harold getting found on the top lane. 99 TS activates Blade of Exile, is going in for the kill here, and Billy Harold's having trouble escaping. Nova just came up from top side from behind him as well. Is going to walk him up, and unfortunately, another kill over to Riven here. We're approaching the flame horizon of the top lane, and that's gonna be hard to deal with, even though, as you said, that Poppy's heroic charge just basically negates the entire champion.
Yeah, it's interesting that everything we talked about in the draft hasn't happened, right? There's been no real interrupt to the mobility on the side of Dirty Dogs by the Poppy. She's never quite in the right spot, and at this moment with this itemization isn't tanky enough to really be the one to start those fights. And then on the other side, the Sivir has been forced to answer the Ezreal the entire time. Oh, well, this is unfortunate for Man with No Life.
Man with No Life, again, Dirty Dogs is messing around in his jungle. He's going to flash out, and Billy Harold
this isn't good.
It in, and Keeper Firth hits the blue buff as well as Maokai. So that's quite strange. 99 TS is ult again, jumping over the wall into 3 people. The wind slash is going to kill Predness, and that's most of EMCC's damage. So they're gonna back off from that. And once again, Dirty Dogs is winning the top side jungle fights.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
If the Keeper's Verdict throws people toward their Nexus, why did the blue side blue buff get thrown toward the red Nexus?
That's a great question. I really have no idea other than the fact that must identify all enemies as part of the red team's Nexus.
That's what I was thinking. But speaking of enemies, Otacon has taken great pressure from the Dirty Dogs. They get that pretty easily. They're going to pick up all these flowers. And Observer, if we could get a quick hover over any member of the red team and see their flower. Oh, hold on. We have to do that in a minute.
Yeah, Christensen was bush camping there looking for that kill, but he's going to miss the stun.
All right. I saw 56. Okay, so that's 28 free adaptive force on every single member of the Dirty Dogs. They're going to get 40 extra gold on every kill. So it's dangerous. Very, very dangerous for the side of EMCC. And unless they can pull out some crazy combo, I think that this is pretty doomed here at 22 minutes on our first game. But I'm not doom and gloom yet because, again, I think that what they have drafted can work. I want to see more defensive play out of Man with No Life. I want to see better itemization in that way as well, or a way to proc it.
See Predator's going in on Sivir here, and Nova's waiting in the wings to land that hook on Predator. They maybe thought that Sivir was isolated there, and we do see the Life Orb Disintegration Ray try to finish Sivir off. Runs away with 1 HP. Rift Trail just got dropped by Maokai, so he can run it down the mid lane. Man with No Life goes in onto Christian and Nova, but is not going to be able to connect. Sanji's sort of a little on the wings there, trying to reach the damage, but unfortunately not enough. 99 TS is so strong that he's just going to tower dive Galio straight up and basically one-shot him with those grubs. red team's going to start tearing apart all the turrets. Hook lands on the Sanjeev and the Nexus, and all Dirty Dogs are there to dogpile. Dogpile, if you say that. Redness is trying to pick up. Destro's trying to pick up the kill on Christensen. Arcane shifts forward, but meets the rest of the team of Dirty Dogs, and that leaves one poor Yuumi all alone, and the base will fall on the side of the MCC. A very nicely played from Dirty Dogs, a game where they were able to really take control from the top side from minute one. So that was really nice.
I like the adaptation from 1989 to pick up the Lord Dominik's Regard. You got to be able to cut through that armor, because the first item that Billy Harold built was the
Frozen Heart. Yeah,
that one. The most armor in the game, right?
Yeah, it was like 90 armor. I think
most. It's huge, and so being able to cut straight through that. She's a terrifying champion. Love her to death, but she's terrifying. So be careful with that. A lot of fun. I think the creativity with the Poppy was also really, really entertaining. The fact is that Poppy's base damages are quite high, and the lethality direction there with the Eclipse could be a lot of fun. I just don't think it was the right direction for this particular game. You had no other solid engage. You had Galio, but when you have a Yuumi support, you have to have both as your front line in order to get that back to front. Whereas on the side of the Dirty Dogs, that's exactly what they did. They had a skirmisher in the Riven, but then Nautilus and Maokai were both exceptionally tanky, and they were able to set up better plays for their team. So good lesson to learn for EMCC, and congratulations to the Dirty Dogs for sure.
Yeah, Velko struggled a lot there in that game without a front line. There's no good position to stand and channel your ult if you don't have a front line to stop the enemy team from coming at you. So that was a big problem for the side of EMCC, and we did see that Velko was not really able to do that tank shredding damage that you need to see from him that game.
All righty, everybody, that'll do it for game number 1, but don't go too far away. We'll be back with game number 2 right after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Progenitor League Circuit March tournament. I'm glad to be here with you. I'm Juhadra, and Top Ramen Chef is still casting with me. Hey, Ramen.
Hello again. We're back.
Yes, we are. Game number 2 will be between Washed Up OGs and the University of North Florida. And this is another one of those fun little things where we know a little bit about one team and not a lot about the other. I was reminded, however, that University of North Florida has some familiar names because the owner of the Projects server is actually a part of that team. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Were you here when we had the Project Zon and Noxus and what was the other one? Ionia?
I don't think so. That sounds like not around my time. No.
Okay. Yeah, there were 3 different teams that signed up that were all from the same server, and they all came together. That it was all Project something, and it was really, really cool to see that community come together, put together some teams, and then come and play. So we're happy to have them back. And then the Washed Up OGs are actually a one-time winner of the PLC. Familiar names like Lock and Load and is it Lock and Load? And Valentine for sure. He played in our last one. Load the Man, not Lock and Load. Lock and Load was on the Fall Guys. My apologies there. So anyway, we are just about to get into game. That will be up any moment now, as like we said, we have this cool tournament code thing where you don't need to add people to your friends list and invite and stuff. You just put their code in and it pops you right into the lobby. It's awesome. So before we jump into that, we do have a little bit of extra time to catch anything that we didn't get to say about our last game. Ramen, do you have any other thoughts on how that one went or what we expect to see out of either of those teams further into the tournament?
Yeah, as pleased to see a really good play with the jungle on the side of Dirty Dogs. I mean, just from the first 3 minutes, you could see that they're really sophisticated attack onto the on the top side jungle. They were able to see that Maokai full cleared, and is able to see that the jungler hadn't arrived yet, and they used Ribbon's advantage top lane from a little bit of cheese action and a little bit turned that top lane winning top lane into a winning jungle matchup as well. And I didn't quite see whether the top lane ended up with Flame Horizon in that game, but I think it ended up that way. We were maybe 7 CS off Flame Horizon a couple minutes into the game, so I think that was really quite impressive the way they continued to push that lead, and they made a very convincing end and didn't drag it out.
So we're thinking that the Dirty Dogs can go far is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of areas I think they're still weak in, or at least that they improved to me that their drafting was particularly impressive or anything like that. I don't know what the champion pools are like of the players involved, but I think they showed had a pretty strong showing in that game. Absolutely.
And actually, you reminded me we need to update everyone on where everyone does stand. So the University of North Florida played against Byround. Byround was victorious. Congratulations to them. Royal Blue Esports Team 1 did beat the Washed Up OGs, and Team Unknown beat Maybe Their Hands Will Cramp. So that's where we're standing right now. Dirty Dogs, Team Unknown, Byround, and Royal Blue Esports are on the winner side of the bracket, and we are on the losing side of the bracket right now with University of North Florida versus Washed Up OGs. And just to throw it out there to our viewers, the way we determine who comes on stream is based on the desire to get as many different teams exposure as we can. So if you're a returning name, you get less priority on that. So I threw into the YouTube chat a little statistic there that the team that has been on the stream the most is Team Unknown, and that's 50.5 appearances. Now, to be fair, that has been since November of 2023, and they have been at every single tournament. So it's not that it's any favor, it's just that they've been around, and a few of those were literally just Team Unknown and one more team. So they've just been on a lot. But what that means is we probably won't get a Team Unknown Swiss match streamed for a very long time, because there are so many new faces that need to come up. And so because we have never seen the University of North Florida, and the Washed Up OGs have been actually not seen since, I want to say it was November of 2024. It's been a while. So that's what determined who was coming up on the stream. So we will get to your team, especially if they win. There's almost a guarantee if they make it into that final. There's a guarantee if they make a final two, but a very good chance if they make it final four. So root for your team, make sure that they get those wins, and we'll get to see them on the stream. All right. Well,
we'll see. See if University of North Florida can beat the Washed Up OGs. It's tough being washed up. I can relate to that. And it is hard to play the game when you're washed up. So
yeah,
that's. I don't know.
It's
you feel washed up?
It's actually a lot of fun. I was doing some thinking the other day. The first time I cast Team Unknown as a team was in the summer of 2017. That's almost 8 years ago. Wow. That I first cast them, and the names of some of the members of the Washed Up OGs were in that same tournament I did the casting for, and so it's really fun to think of their name as so much more accurate than just a meme, because for me at least, they are the OG. It's the original group of players that I was able to cast. And while we're waiting for draft to come up here on the screen, I want to give you some of the other team names from that tournament. Are you ready for this?
All right, go for it.
The Bumbling Cows of Demacia.
Threatening.
Yeah, it was really hard to throw that out there real quick when doing the play-by-play, saying that they were doing whatever play.
Yeah.
And then the other one was Mike, don't name your fives team Mike Young.
I wonder what the conversation behind that was.
It's a really, really old meme. One of the first casting pairs in Professional League of Legends was a guy named D-Man for play-by-play and Joe Miller as color. And just like they do first game tag and then last name. So like David Freak Turley or Joshua Jat Leesman, or right now it's Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. These guys, instead of just calling them by their name, they would say first game tag, last name. But because Joe Miller's game tag was his actual name, people called him Joe Miller. And so he started a thing where he was, hi, I'm Joe, don't call me Joe Miller. And so they combined that meme with one of the hottest new names of Mike Young back in 2017 when he made his debut on, Phoenix One, I think was their name.
Yeah,
it was a long time ago.
Yeah, delightful.
Thanks for going with me on that little journey of history and nerddom that I had.
Yeah, don't call me Joe Miller. Got it. That's what a incredible that you get to, that he's using his actual name. Back then too, you only there's only one Joe Miller account, so
yeah. I'm pretty sure it would still be the only Joe Miller account too, if he even still plays. Who knows? But that does lead us right here into draft. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and Raman for your patience with my ridiculous conversation topics.
All right, well, let's see. We got University of North Florida on the blue side, and they're going to lead with the Viego ban. That champion. I hate that champion. Just resets through your entire team. I relate. Red team's going to fall with Garen. That champion's also broken, actually. So I can relate to that. Syndra ban for Swain ban and Jinx ban. So we're seeing on the side of North Florida just taking out some nice power picks. Jinx for the hyperscaling, Viego for those pick comps. So see what happens. And finish off with the Seraphine ban. Okay. Well,
Do we lock this in?
Alawi's hovered on blue B1. That champion is maybe not as good blindable, but we'll see how Washed Up OG's response to that if they do lock it in. They're not changing anything else. Let's just B1
Okay.
Alawi. Okay, so we'll see.
Okay.
Garen's banned out on the side of red side, so you can't pick Garen into Alawi. No, we're gonna walk Malphite.
I like the answer here though, because Alawi is one of those champions you don't want to. Oh my gosh, that just went really quick. You don't want to go and fight an Alawi. So you pick a champion like Malphite or someone or like Ornn or someone who doesn't want to go in and fight, because if you're within the tentacle range, you're giving Alawi the advantage. So you're picking a champion who will be relevant in the team fights later, who doesn't necessarily have to have a big laning presence. So the Malphite is a great answer, and top lane is going to be a lot of Test of Spirits from Alawi and some poke in that way, but it's just going to be wave clear coming out of El Cuno on the Malphite. And in the time it took me to say what I felt was a pretty brief explanation, we're already done with the second half of bans and the picks.
People are
Whatever.
just insta-locking everything. They're going through these teams. There's a Volibear ban, Yasuo ban, Sylas ban, a lot of mid lane bans to the side of University of North Florida, and we got Veigar into Orianna in the mid lane. It looks like we got the lovers duo in the bot lane, Zyra Khan on the side of Washed Up OG is really playing into a Varus Soraka, it appears.
All right.
What do you think of the draft? That was quick.
It explains why we had so much filler time. There was a third-party draft tool that was used, and so this was just the cut through the timing there. So thank you guys for, again, your patience. But what this does mean is we only get our 3.5 minutes of spectator delay to discuss the draft. And please excuse me, I had a cold starting on Monday night, and I'm starting to lose my ability to speak, so I need to hydrate a little bit.
Well, while you do that, I do see the Malphite pick into Alawi. I'm actually very worried about how this is going to work, because Malphite is a very committal champion, and Alawi likes very committal champions, because once you commit onto her and she responds with her ultimate, she is basically winning any fight inside that zone. And if Malphite's going to commit ulti and Alawi's standing right there, it's not going to look too great for Malphite or any of his team members like Zach that try to follow that up.
Mm-hmm. And there are very few champions like Alawi that have that little zone. And like you said, once that ultimate comes out, you have to either all back out and wait for it to go, or you have to all 5-man it and just with healing cut to take her down. And so I like the unique pick there for Slingshot, and I hope it works out for him, because Alawi is a really entertaining champion to watch. But elsewhere around the map, the mobility of the junglers is an interesting thing to bring up. While Zach has more freedom in his movement, I think that Amumu has more frequent movement if he lands the bandage toss, and he has a little bit better lockdown. Zach has knockups, but he doesn't have the roots or the stuns. And so if Mike can land these big impactful spells, it will set up for a really, really big wombo with the Orianna shockwave plus the grasp of despair. It's
Curse of the Sad Mummy, are you thinking?
Chains of Corruption from the Varus. Yeah, the Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to set it up. Yeah. But, so much lockdown and so much damage coming out of the side of the University of North Florida. I think that that's a great wombo waiting to happen. And all the while, Alawi wants to build Hullbreaker and split push anyway. So, in my opinion, that's a great composition. You've got 2 sources of defense for the Varus. You've got great peel for him as well. And then Alawi, again, wants people to come fight her. And so the University of Florida has a pretty solid composition there.
Yeah, Amu's with the moves engaged looks a bit hard to disrupt on the side of washed up OGs. There's not necessarily great responses to it. Xayah can obviously dodge engage, but Veigar's going to have his cage is on delay, so it's gonna be hard to stop him move his bandage shots with something like Event Horizon, and it'll be a little hard. You have some pretty hard engage frontliners on the side of washed up OGs, but maybe some carries that aren't quite as willing to commit as hard onto that team, especially with that huge wombo that they'll be walking into.
So speaking of the Event Horizon from the Veigar, I was reminded the other day that it used to be an instant cast instead of that delay. Do you remember that?
That was disgusting. Landing in the Veigar was disgusting when you used to be able to do that, because if you understood you knew exactly how the geometry came down, you would instant stun people and full combo them. It was, man, especially when you had like 1,000 AP. Used to get AP a little bit slower back in the day as well, but it was still disgusting.
And it was also at the time when his ultimate scaled with opponent AP as well. So if you were another mage mid laner, you would just get wrecked. It was a good time. So scaling, in my eyes, is on the side of the washed up OGs, right? Veigar is one of the highest scaling champions in the game. Xayah gets really, really strong later in the game, and Malphite will become untouchable by the Varus and the Alawi by the late portions with all the armor he has. So I think that's something that the washed up OGs can put in their bank account and say, hey, at least we scale. But the Lover's Lane was designed to be strong together, right? You have the extra range on the jumps, and you get Xayah's W on Rakan if he's close. So it's so much fun to watch those interactions and to see these two champions pick together.
Yeah, we're seeing washed up OGs try to get that ward into the bot side jungle. They're going to get it, so they're going to have eyes on the enemy jungler and have a good idea of what their pathing is like. We don't see the map right now. I'm certainly curious as to where the junglers are deciding the path, if they're deciding to full clear the top or bot lane. In this case, since top lane, we've got Malphite, and we're seeing both junglers start top side, which is going to be which makes sense if you're not really trying to gank Malphite or something like that. That's a priority spot lane here.
Oh my gosh!
We're seeing a big trade from the side of washed up OGs. The active from Xayah's Deadly Plumage carries over to Rakan, and the add damage there is really quite impressive at level 1.
Yeah, we just saw it, and I just talked about it. I'm actually really, really happy that's how that turned out, because it's a big deal. And it's so entertaining to see how that works. And what we just saw on top lane is exactly what's going to happen on top lane. But
yeah, Grand Andros just landed on the key in the bot lane, and the Blade Caller is going to land as well. Ignite comes out as well. Barrier is going to keep him just barely alive, paired with Flash, and very nice level 2 engage there from the side of washed up OGs. Soraka was not able to heal that much in that engagement, but he is still alive. There might be some more fighting down there. Another attempt at engaging in there, but Soraka's keeping Key alive here now that they're level 2. Can use that Astral Infusion to keep him a little bit healthier, and looks like because the engage didn't connect, that bot lane might be actually in a bad spot now. Since Fallen Time took a lot of damage to try to finish off that kill, but we do see Snowdown Arcade walking down to the bot lane.
Dax coming down, though. No flash on Valentine.
Means
he's not going to be able to follow it up.
Yeah, Elastic Strikes hit, and First Blood goes over to Snowdown Arcade. A really nice choice there to skip the blue buff, skip the Gromp, so bot lane burned Arvarus' flash, and Soraka's summers are down as well now, so we have a very vulnerable bot lane, very vulnerable to these engages from Zac.
With the amount of range that Elastic Slingshot has and the crazy angles he can come from, it's very similar to how the Vel'Koz had to play in game number 1. This Varus has to be so careful, needs to understand where the enemy jungler is if he wants to survive, because if he's not careful and he doesn't have that flash, he is a dead guy. Like, there's no way around it. And the other mistake is even when you think about a champion scaling, Xayah is very strong with those feathers, with that feather call at the very beginning of the game. Because if she can get that root, that's an extra spell. Like if you really think about it, she has 4 spells. Because she has the Q that throws out the feathers, the E that pulls them back, but the root is a condition, and so it acts as an extra spell. And here we go again.
Yeah, we see the Snow Arcade still bot lane, hasn't even recalled yet. Then Gromp came back, and Amber Dragon's going to be looking for that ward there, but unfortunately, with now outflash, you can't do it. And Zach's going to pick up a kill for his bot lane there. Just a little bit cheesy gank behavior there to even push that lead further in the bot lane. Good lost audio from you, Johadre.
Oh, you did. My apologies. I muted myself to cough and then forgot to turn it back on. Thank you for letting me know. Yep. Valentine is a carry player. And I don't mean that as in the role. It's how he likes to play the game. When he was subbing on Team Unknown, that was where the focus of the team went, which was good for Team Unknown because that's how they play anyway. But it's how the washed up OGs also want to play. They want the pressure on the bottom side. I don't think this is going to turn into a whole lot because it's still early in the game. Oh, I was wrong.
We just dropped the command Shockwave and load the man, and Mumu was right there to follow up on the gank. So, very good preemptive flash from Veigar there to negate that gank. Maybe I'm not even sure if he even saw it coming.
Nah, you flashed the Shockwave early. Orianna's damage is actually really incredible. She scales exceptionally well, but the fact of the matter is she is a mainstay champion for a lot of reasons. She has movement speed, which makes her, mobile. Never mind.
Yeah, we do see Snow Arcane just jumped at the Void Grub pit and found a blue team fighting it, and unfortunately Mike Beeston is getting caught out here. The Unstoppable Force is going to land as well. Lazy goes with follow-up, but he's going to get caught as well. The burst comes from Veigar to finish off Wazy, and that's actually 2 kills to the side of washed up OGs. They're going to lose the grubs. They weren't quite ready. Snow Arcane to lose a bit of tempo going for that second bot lane gank, and University of Florida is able to pick up the Void Grubs, sneaking under them, but just slow enough that they actually end up giving up some kills. And you do see the Zax taking the blue buff as compensation.
So let's see if there's time enough to say this. The Malphite had the Test of Spirit from Illaoi, meaning that when he got out of range, it would spawn tentacles. Because he ulted away from the Illaoi, it spawned the tentacle, and that's what Snowdown Arcade used to get the Stretching Strike stun and secure those kills. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Because if he didn't have the Test of Spirit, that wouldn't have worked. There would have been another target to use to get the Stretching Strike stun. What a either super heads-up play or a completely random set of circumstances of which they took advantage. I want to say that it was planned, as I'm sure that the players will as well. That's just how we are as humans. We're like, yeah, no, man, it was all planned. But great play coming out of the washed up OGs, as this might be another one.
Yeah, we just see it. A little bit of drive-by gank from side washed up OGs. We're also seeing Elkuna in the top lane trade pretty well to Slingshot here. Is able to stand on with that chain vest and Ruby Crystal. So it's quite interesting to see that. We do see Washed Up OGs finding a pick in the bot side jungle on the Mike Beeston, and Chris Sedlin comes out. Healing's coming out from Soraka, but another spell from Veigar is enough to finish that off. He's definitely cooking when it comes to how much AP he's getting from landing all these spells.
Absolutely. 3-0.
Unstoppable Force onto Illaoi here on Slingshot, and Test Spirit's going to land. It doesn't do enough damage here, and the wave isn't cleared either, so it looks like Slingshot's going for some more turret damage.
So this is another interesting thing. I don't think that ultimate was really worth it, because the Illaoi won't take turret aggro as long as there are minions there. So instead of ulting the champion, just clear the way. Oh, was that a flash?
Yeah, it looks like Key just flashed us. No Down Arcade's stretching strikes after getting stunned. How Caleb's going to go down to Key, and very, very low. Valentine's trying to help out, but Soraka's keeping Key very healthy. Now it's a 1v2 with Valentine, and
wow,
that's the Soraka healing comes through very strong there, and Varus going to pick up triple kill in the bot lane. The lead is now very heavily in Varus's favor in the bot lane.
A play like this in professional would mean. Oh, hold on,
man. Shockwave from Wazy.
Man.
They're just gonna keep trading, and because Mike Beeson is here to try to gank, he's just a little slow. It looks like as Littleman's just gonna walk away. You know, farm a couple stacks here, get some damage down, and with the Dark Matter, and that's a nice attempt from Wazy to shockwave and keep Veigar in place, but fortunately not able to finish that kill.
What happened with the Soraka and the Varus there is going to ruin everybody's solo queue for the next little bit, because Soraka looked busted right there. Not just busted, 3 syllables, busted. Just the way that.
Busted.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, like Kyle Caleb's gonna land the taunt and the knockup on the bot lane. Knight's gonna go down to Key, but not enough damage to finish off the kill there, and that means Emperor Dragon and Key are feeling reasonably safe for the moment.
I like the play here on the Grubs when Lo the Man made it out. Snowdown Arcade makes it up there, but now the roam coming out of UNF.
Yeah, University of Florida is looking to contest these Void Grubs, and they're on second Grub here. One picked up for washed up OGs, but they really need to pick up a little bit more than that if they want to negate the Void Grubs, the power from these Void Grubs. And fortunately, as they get that, that means Key is hitting the bot lane turret. He's got no flash, no Psalms here, and Rakan's not going to quite connect that engage, so no worries there.
So
okay.
It's
fighting
interesting.
sleep on the bot lane. Oh my gosh.
Like I said, this is exactly how this is going to be, and it will never change.
Yep. Lazy's caught in the mid lane, stuck in the Event Horizon, going to try to shockwave way out of there. Snarky was trying to give the kill over there, but now we see an Unstoppable Force Kuno is going to ult and then flash away to get outside of that Test of Spirit. It's going to get kills that attention to not. Wasn't ready for that. It is got a little baited there, I think, from what that visually, but it ended up dying.
Yeah.
To the tentacle.
I'm gonna tell you right now that there are some skins that make it a lot harder to dodge, and I don't think that that's wrong. But you have to understand where the range on those tentacles is, because they are pretty telegraphed.
Yeah, get a little bit of turret dive action on the Key here as he tries to get away from his own turret. Ult comes out from Valentine.
He's still alive,
and almost kills Valentine with a piercing arrow. But again, Soraka's putting in a lot of work here, a lot of healing. There's no heal cut this early into the game on the side of washed up OGs. I'm sure they're considering it at this point, but they're gonna have to if they're gonna keep trying to fight people next to Soraka, this could turn ugly very quickly once her cooldowns get a little bit lower.
She doesn't even have a finished item yet. Like, that was purely Blade of the Ruined King. Let's see, if he's on yellow runes, he might have the. Actually, you know what? Production, could you pull up our runes, please? Ah, that's my boy right there. Okay, so he did go Alacrity, so he doesn't have the Legend Bloodline, and he went with the Inspiration Tree, so he doesn't have the Taste of Blood. That means that was purely Soraka keeping him alive, plus Blade of the Ruined King, and that was bananas. Just absolutely crazy. And like you said, if they haven't bought Heal Cut now, it's gotta come, because Soraka later, when she gets those items that increase her healing, and say when you heal an ally and deal damage, it heals another ally that's right there. Like this one right there, the Moonstone. Yeah, the Moonstone. Yeah, so good with the Soraka. It's gonna become a problem. So I'm guessing second, maybe third item if they're brave. but they need some form of heal cut, especially because Alawi is another one of those champions who needs it.
Washed up gangers, we see a gank come down below the man on the top lane. He's going to flash away, but Oz going to come in, stretching strike from Sonar Arcade. But does he have the damage to finish off Wazy? And the answer is going to be no. Yorkpal Caleb's here, though, and he's looking at another jump in, and a beautiful land from the stretching strikes. Zach is looking extremely clean here, and he's going to pick up 2 kills in the mid lane, and Washed Gamers are going to turn that into a turret as well. Might be trading the bot lane turret for that, though.
That was so crazy. I did not expect that to work. The fact that your pal Caleb and Valentine were already on the way, it's that type of map awareness that really changes a good team to a great team, understanding that they can win like that.
Yeah, Elkunu's just running straight into key here, but again, Malphite damage versus Soraka healing, one of those is a win, but the rest of Washed Up Gamers are here to split them apart, and the Dragon's trying to save key. Ultimate comes out from Soraka, still trying to heal key, it's trying to run. Key goes down to 4 members of Washed Up Gaming, and Valentine's going to use the ultimate to finish off Amber Dragon. So 2 more kills there. Looks like Key and Amber Dragon didn't really quite have the timing to finish off that bot lane turret, and they're actually going to die and lose the bot lane turret instead. So that's really nice from the side of Washed Up Gamers.
While they did end up losing the overall play, I'm going to go back to your point about heal cut. They lasted so stinking long with 4 members of the Washed Up OGs beating them. That was crazy. It's all right. Here we go. I'm going to bet we get Ocean Drake because we have Chemtech and now Cloud. That's what it's going to be. Ah, darn it. It's Hextech.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When you pulled up the runes, I was a little upset that Key went cookies instead of Resolve Tree, because you might as well just take more healing you receive from your team. Your Soraka's healing you tens of thousands of HP. You might as well amp it another like a couple percent as opposed to just eating cookies in lane. I'm a little upset by that. It's a very minor thing, but it's not necessarily saving any of them. But you know, man.
And while you're bringing that up, I want to talk about the difference between the flat health and the scaling health, because really, you get the benefit of the scaling health pretty early. So it starts at just 10, but you only get 56 from the flat. So by the time you hit level 6, you're already at more health than the flat. So if you're not planning to team fight and you've got a Soraka, I just think that the scaling health is going to be better in almost every single scenario. Am I wrong on that? Am I doing that math incorrectly?
You know, runes are they're minor, but they're important. I think it's certainly something to be more to think about rather than think about on the side of University of Florida on the rune choices. It's sort of specific. You do have the Soraka, you know. It's like there's runes that amplify the Soraka that you can take, and you should think about it at least a little bit, and might not necessarily always change. We do see a dive here from the Sonar Arcade, a huge engage from the side of Washed Up Gamers. There's a lot of healing coming out of Soraka, but there's actually the CC is too big. Sonar Arcade's going to jump forward again, proccing his passive. Seldom Vision's going to go on the ground outside the inhibitor turret. Shockwave's going to finish off Elkuno and Sonar Arcade. The dive just lasted a little too long. Alawi's here as well, getting very low. Valentine's putting very low, flashing forward into the Nexus, go over to drop turret aggro. Valentine taking turret aggro again. He's going to die to turret. Turret diving all 5 people. Shutdowns are going over to Lazy. He's ignited 1 HP. He's going to command. He's going to shield himself from the rest of the damage there, and the mid tier turrets is finally going to fall. What a crazy way to fight over the mid tier 2 turret.
I'm pretty sure my microphone doesn't pick up my clapping, but welcome to PLC, everybody. What was that and why?
Yeah, Lodaman's overstayed now. Gets slowed down, and Primal Burst is going to take out Key instantly. Mike Beast is on top of him, but does he do damage? Lodaman's getting to space with the Event Horizon, and Mike Beast is like trying to run away, but Sonar Arcade's over the wall here.
Oh my gosh!
Just barely stalling out just long enough to to a fight, but Snow Arcade is back off base with Caleb. He's jumping towards Lazy. Unstoppable Force lands on the Lazy. He's got no more spells. And Shutdown's going to go back to Valentine, so a little bit of sweet revenge from that tier 2 turret fight. Just a lot of weird back timings coming out here that's just causing this fight to keep on going. And we now see Washed Up Gamers pushed up onto University of Florida's side of the map here, and even a little bit around Slingshot the bot lane. So we'll see what they decide to do about that.
The fact that they dove so hard on that middle turret makes no sense to me. Like, there was no reason to do that. But they did it. They traded 4 for 4, and then more kills happened. It's just trying to get gold for the sake of having gold, but instead you can just push a lane. Oh, but
yep, Slingshot just ulted, and they're inside the Lowy ultimate, and she's healing a lot here. But is it enough? Is it enough? We'd see another Cast of Spirit come out and actually not quite enough damage, but Amber Dragon's here to heal Slingshot to basically full HP with two clicks of the ability, and it is a Soraka ulti, but there's Washed Up Gamers are rotating down here. Teleport's coming in. Snow Arcade's on the flank. All of Washed Up Gamers are here. They're chasing down University of Florida. We do see Key trying to rotate down to make that make that 4. But Arcade's in the middle. Unstoppable Force lands a huge CC combo coming down from the side of Washed Up Gamers. They try to stall with Curse of the Mummy. It's not enough, and they're getting pushed down to the 3-2 turret. We'll see if Washed Up Gamers decide to take this 5v3 dive. They're opting not to do that. They're going to head over to the Dragon Pit, and since that's spawning.
2 things. Number 1, Elastic Slingshot range is silly. That was crazy how far the Zac was able to jump. Number 2, Bramble Vest does not count as heal cut for your team. Okay? I'm going to say it right now, and I'm going to keep repeating it. It does not count. They need to get something else there. I'm pretty sure that Crit Cloak can be built into the Mortal Reminder, and that Valentine's going to get it. You have to have it on a source that can apply the Grievous Wounds and not just wait until someone attacks them to get it. So I'm really, really hoping that's what that Longsword and Cloak are for, is for a Mortal Reminder, because the fact that Alawi just got out of that was also bananas. Or I should say not so much, because Soraka has the bananas.
Yeah, that's very true. Bramble Vest is decent here, because in order for Alawi to get her healing, she actually has to auto-attack you, and for Varus to do damage, he has to auto-attack you. So it does work into the champions that you're really concerned about healing too much. Yeah, if they jump on Orianna, they're probably not going to. She's probably not going to be heal cut. Because what does she gain from auto-attacking Malphite or Zac instead of walking at this stage of the game? But
it's LDR instead.
We'll see LDR. All right, okay, it's cheaper. You know, it's like 200 gold cheaper. Like if you can finish LDR, or you have to wait for Mortal Reminder, it feels pretty bad to wait for the Mortal Reminder.
I'll give you that. And, Valentine is pretty far ahead when you're dealing double damage with your, 2.5 times your damage with your crit, and you're shredding, 40% armor just with the LDR alone. I think you're going to be okay, but like if you get the Soraka on top of the Alawi healing in her ultimate, there's no way she's going to die. I don't know.
Yeah, we're seeing Washed Up Gamers start to approach those 3 items as well. Just saw Zaya finishing off LDR there, so she's on 3 items, which is pretty strong for where we're at the game. Florida isn't quite hitting there. Orianna just got her second new through the large rod, and there's just gold advantage on all the right characters here on these carries, and that'll be pretty hard to deal with. Now she's Snow Arcade fighting over Mike Beeston's Raptors. Just trying to deny as much as possible from University of Florida, but looks like they're winning the bot side jungle there, and they've got some camps they can poach from that.
The good news for University of Florida is they have their flashes available, all 5 of them. Teleport is almost up for Wazy. That would be every single summoner spell available. Otacon is warded by both teams, but I don't think that's where they want to fight. it has to be the dragon that's up in 2 minutes. Washed Up OGs don't actually have to fight for that, but University of Northern Florida has to. They have got to get there and either set up and prevent it or take it. What that does is it opens up the Otacon for the Washed Up OGs. And so if I were Washed Up OGs, I would just play toward the Otacon, because North Florida has to go to the Drake. If they don't, you get Hextech Soul. And of the souls, I'm pretty sure just around the community it is accepted that it is the strongest Drake Soul, other than Ocean. Is that right? Is that fair?
The chain lightning effect is very hard to avoid on Hextech Soul, so it's very oppressive when you're pushing waves or trying to contest any waves, and not fun to play into. Ocean Soul can be absolutely disgusting for these 5v5 team fights. We've seen basically people heal thousands of HP mid fight just because they have Ocean Soul, and they play it slow enough to just out regenerate the enemy team's damage. So, Ocean Soul's probably not doing as much work here, considering how much burst, how much wouldn't do as much work since how much burst people are dropping in these team fights. But Hextech Soul is a very good pickup and probably a win condition for Washed Up OGs if they're able to claim it. We see Mike Beast just a little far out of the mid lane, getting cut out by Valentine. Activates first to the Sad Mummy, but Valentine is able to cleanse that and continue running forward. He is running away from the jungle. Look at that range of the last swing shots. Dressing shots going to land on the key, and sometimes he's going to flash forward to capture Wazy too. Grand Entrance just misses. Wazy flashes onto the safety of a tier 2 turret, but keep in mind, Lodeman is actually pushing into this tier 2 turret, and instead Washington Gamers are going to rotate to the mid lane here. We do see Wazy retreating back to the Nexus to try to defend the mid lane.
The good news for the side of University of North Florida is they have 5 grubs, not Washed Up OGs. If they did, I'm pretty sure the game could have ended right there. They would have been able to really, really, really quickly take down those turrets, take some inhibitors. Now they're playing for the Baron, which I think is another really wise choice, because it forces UNF to pick. Do you stop the pushes, or do you fight the objective? And Washed Up OGs get to play with whatever they want. But UNF making a good choice. While they know their opponent is on one objective, you go take the other one, the Soul. It will open up the Otacon, and this is a second game-ending buff that will go over to the Washed Up OGs in like 12 seconds. So that's dangerous for them. It does go over to Washed Up OGs. They're going to pick up all of these little flowers, and Observer, once again, once we have those all picked up, let's take a look at our Washed Up OG players and see how many petals they have picked up. 46. Okay,
46.
23. Woohoo!
Yeah, so Baron, Otacon was topside, and I think that played a lot into the Washed Up OG's decision to go for the Baron here, even though they had the option to take Hextech Soul. The Ruinous Otacon is going to buff the value of those Dragon Souls, and if they're confident that in 5 minutes they can just pick up the Hextech Soul anyways, especially the fact that they've gotten a Baron buff to start to continue to push their lead. As long as they're confident they can do that, they can make that Hextech Soul value extremely high with the Ruinous Otacon buffing the Hextech Soul value as well. So that could be a really deadly combo for University of Florida. They'll have trouble with that.
I always forget that's part of the buff. Thank you for reminding me, because you're right. It's insane. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Slingshot's teleporting here is looking to go ult that. He is just in time, and the rest of Washed Up Gamers are here. Slingshot's just pushing the top lane a little too far, but he's looking to fight and drops the ult. It's just a little too late. Just too much damage coming out too fast, and the CC combo just prevented Slingshot from dropping the ultimate. The outcome's a great place for Alawi, but unfortunately, just not quite sad enough to take this fight, and just too many knockups. Knockups are broken. You can't reduce knockup duration.
Yep. And that right there explains why LDR and boosted feet boots is better than Mortal Reminder. I was wrong.
That's they're Washington OGs. They're looking for a way into the base. Though the man's been splitting the bot lane pretty aggressively, and the wave timings aren't quite matched here. So it looks like University of North Florida is going to have some time to respond to the bot lane. Low Manza actually quite low there as well, as he's trying to finish off the wave outside bot lane. Snow Arcade is buffing the mid lane turrets. Looks like Washington OGs are looking for the recall here after that little push. No inhibs taken yet, but 2 are currently open for the taking.
I want to draw everyone's attention to the top right of the screen as it goes away, next to WOG, right there. 5.6. That's how much gold Washed Up OGs got with the Baron buff. Reminder that you get 1,500 for the buff itself. So they got an additional 4,000 gold added to their bank account for taking down turrets and things like that. It's just the way that the Washed Up OGs have been piloting this game has been insanely satisfying to watch. The way that they've been able to maneuver and drive and take the advantages that look like disasters. And they've put it into good items. They've got the right champions fed. They've got all their drakes. And like you mentioned, they can just take the next one. There was no reason to fight on the last one because they had the Baron and Otacon of him. And now that they have the Otacon buff, they have the base broken, they can just camp out for the next minute and 10 seconds and say, come and fight us if you want. And then they get the soul, they get the increased impact, and they just push and win. So, very well done by them. I want to see UNF continue to farm up here underneath their turrets or next to their inhibitors, as the case may be. I think a good Wombo might be able to save their game, especially if they can keep the Soraka and the Varus alive.
Mike Beeston just got stunned there in the Vent Horizon. Snows are going to follow that up very quick, and Primal Burst is going to finish. It's not even a Primordial Burst, it's just Veigar having too much AP, and he's going to drop instantly. So that's going to open up the inhibs for Washed Up OGs. And let's see what the side do with this. They got both mid and bot inhib. Well, what's left is top inhib and the Nexus turrets. So we do see Low the Man deciding to keeping his MO up and split pushing the other lane now as Washed Up OGs rotate over to the Dragon, which is spawning soon.
Oh, wrong again. I think they call that caster cursing. When you look at Low the Man's portrait on the far right, you can see that little tiny number 391. That's his passive stack. That means he has almost 400 ability power on top of his items. And that's what makes him so terrifying. That's what makes Veigar as a champion so terrifying, is that no matter what you do, you will scale. And Observer, let's take a hover over Veigar's Rabadon's death cap and see how much he's getting from that, because it should show the percentage, because he gets 25% of all AP.
It's got 1,000 AP yet. I'm pretty sure he's with a 30% AP on top of his passive AP. It's gotta be a ridiculous amount.
It's gonna be even higher when they take the Baron too.
Yeah. Yeah, so Nar Baron's going to go down to the side of Washed Up OGs. They're not looking too washed up this time, if I'm being honest. They're playing it pretty well. So that's so remember the old guard. We have 306 ability power from the Rabadon's death cap passive. So that's we see Snow Arcade fighting another gauge on the Mike Beeston, and he's gonna walk through the base gates. Can't follow that. But we do see the Baron buff mains starting to roll in. Super mains are rolling in from mid and top. Low the Man's kind of splitting, kind of taking that pressure in the mid lane. Top lane's crashing in right now, and another stun goes on the Might Beeston. So Arcade looks for the jump. Unstoppable Force hits 3 people. Slingshot's going to ult and try to a couple of tentacle slams are actually going to start getting some kills. Your Palcalib's actually going to go down to the Lalial post-mortem, and unfortunately, the rest of Unity Northern Florida is going to drop here. Snow Arcade's looking for that pull. Valentine flashes forward on top of from response to the striking strikes. A little bit of a mastery flash from Snowdown Arcade. He knows he kind of played it pretty well, and actually got straight into the Nexus and die there. So it's reducing his KDA quite a bit there. But oh well, it's a well played game by the side washed up gamers. So washed up OGs.
Yeah, looked really, really good from them. They were able to get their control, to keep their control. Again, the gank paths from the Zac and the distance he can cover with that elastic slingshot. The fact that all of their crowd controllers knock ups instead of stuns and roots and the like meant that they were able to just keep interrupting and set up some great fights. I do think that the University of North Florida had a decent team composition, and Alawi played how Alawi needed to play. I think that looked really good. The Soraka was doing a lot of work, like you said, and if you could keep the Soraka and the Varus alive, I think there was a really good chance they could make that work. But the distance that the Washed Up OGs could cover was just too great. And while it was a good fight, it wasn't enough. So congrats to Washed Up OGs. But again, GG to University of North Florida. I think they did a great job. So congratulations to them. We'll be back with game number 3 after this.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PLC tournament. I am VG Shazbot. Happy to be on the mic again. Joining me, of course, is Top Ramen Chef.
Still here.
Thank you for being here, sir. We are moving on to our the third round of the Swiss tournament, and a very special one, the one I'm very excited for. We have the Royal Blue Esports versus Buy Round. This, of course, is game number 3, the final game before our final brackets. And as I understand it, it is 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, I do remember seeing Royal Blue Esports. What was it, January tournament? They did a pretty good job there. So it's exciting to have them back, and I hope to see some good drafts, some good macro, and something I think they were areas they're very capable in.
Right. I have kind of a unique relationship with Royal Blue because I played in some of their other tournaments that they were in. They decided a player like me was what they needed for one, and then they never brought me back. So I think they're pretty smart people. So just a matter of playing. But I believe Byround, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I have seen them on PLCs so far. So this is their debut match on stream.
Yep. They also didn't get a buy round, or at least it's going to be a buy round with a couple extra steps if they win. So it's going to be. We'll see how they do. Haven't seen them yet. I'm really excited to see what new things they're able to bring to the PLC. I always love seeing new champions or people. It's honestly like someone. Where's Speed Racer Cho'Gath? That's my question.
There we go.
People have seen Speed Racer Cho'Gath on Twitter, right? Like it's so beautiful. You just walk around with 5,000 HP and you at like 450 movement speed, and you just walk up and press R on them. They can't walk away. Movement speed is unfair.
And I loved our last match. Seeing Alawi in a PLC tournament, that's something that I think that only I would pilot. And I it was a fun last match as well. But yeah, I love our Cho'Gaths, I know last tournament we saw some Xin Zhao supports and some other crazy supports that were pulled out. But anyways, as we are putting in, the world is their oyster. And I mean, frankly, with a name like Buy Round, of course, they're not going to get a buy round. What kind of...
They were trying to manifest. It didn't work.
Nah. Can't do that. So we are just being told by production right now that they are into their picks. They're using a third-party client. We'll get to see that afterwards, but until then, we are just going to sit here and wonder and picture what wonderful comps that we could have until then. But really a great bunch of guys. I really enjoy Royal Blue Esports. There are representatives from Utah that are just a fun bunch of guys. I was following a couple of streams today. I don't think Merlin is on the team, but I was watching Merlin play a couple of games before the third round of Swiss, just to kind of participate in all of our facets of PLC. But I'm really excited about this. But moving into this, Ramen, any exciting things that you haven't seen so far in this tournament that you're hoping to see besides Speed Racer Cho'Gath?
Let's see. There are a couple other sort of popular picks right now. There's the Darius Jungle that people have been picking a lot as well. That champion has extremely high clear speed and is very good in the skirmishes. I'd like to see someone try to wield that. We're seeing a lot of classic stuff. We see like the Moo with it because they're like, oh, we gotta go get that big 5v5 wombo combo.
Yep.
And the other thing I'm not seeing people build symbiotic souls. Those boots have been buffed, and they're absurdly strong because of the tempo you can generate with that recall speed and the added Moby speed when they upgrade. It's something you can get on first back in pretty much any situation, and that in a lot of cases, that's sort of the motivation behind the Speed Racer Cho'Gath too, is you can buy that first and you're fine enough in lane, and suddenly you can run around and terrorize the map. And if you get traded on with symbiotic souls, you just clear the wave and recall, and you don't lose anything.
You got the faster recall, you got the faster Movi parts. I know I was building it when it was considered the weakest boots, and even if they weren't very strong at the time, they're a lot of fun to use, which I always attribute to being more exciting of a game. But yeah, I'm very surprised to hear that people aren't building symbiotic boots. Do you think that's a matter of necessity or a matter of people not adapting to the changes?
It requires a different play style, and it's not all these teams are scaling teams. So if you're not interested in generating additional value by simply being a better, more useful champion with more items, then your symbiotic souls are it's just basically negating the start of the laning phase might not be what you're actually looking to do. If you're looking to generate lane advantage and kill people, then you're not looking to buy those items. I think that's might be some of the motivation. I think generally speaking, people when they play at a competitive level, they're a little slow to adapt to changes. That goes for all tournaments, whether you're watching the LCK or even local circuits. There's some perception bias built in there for sure.
Right.
That it's like, oh, we have to play the standard way. And I think something like SMB Dark Souls could really break the standard laning patterns that some of these teams might be looking to do.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're objectively a weaker shoe until they've upgraded. Like having just less movement speed overall until. So I can understand why in PLC why we have such an aggressive tournament. That we're fighting from minion spawn until the end of the game. Why people aren't going for that, but I'm hoping that people do. I know we have a lot of like very roamy supports. I tend to watch like Polypuff, who I just think is a great guy who plays a lot of Bard, and he basically just only builds symbiotic souls that I've seen, and but that's Bard, right? Like I don't think we've seen a lot of Bard in PLC. I would love to see more Bard in PLC. He's a lot of fun, but yeah, it's something that I'm looking into more. Man, I really wish I had taken. I guess we didn't know who was going to be playing in the third round of Swiss, but I'm kind of like anticipatory of what they're deciding to play and how they're going to play. So trying to burn a couple more minutes until we can see that draft start. That is okay. Yeah, and any more fun stuff that so I've watched I was watching two streams at the same time, so I didn't get to really focus on the YouTube stream. Any fun plays or any memorable moments that you're looking forward to in the replays?
Well, we just see washed up OGs do the craziest tower dive play onto tier 2 turret versus University of Northern Florida. I think it ended up being like a 4-for-4 or something like that, or maybe a 4-for-5, some ridiculous, because they were trying to push the turret and they said, well, if we just ran straight through the turret and then tried to dive through, like fought the Indian turret and then tried to fight the tier 2 turret again. So like they pincered the turret, and then Wazy had a really good hold on the tier 2 turret there and managed to pick up a lot of gold there. It didn't quite win the game for University of Northern Florida, but we saw like a pretty large gold swing for the side of University of Northern Florida, and it was really interesting to watch back. And then that actually rolled. This won't go into the clip if you do clip it, but it rolled into a second fight because because the mid lane Veigar, he overstayed after the tier 2 turret dive because they finished the tier 2 turret and then caused a chase that resulted in him dying. But the rest of the team had already recalled and then started another fight, and then they came back, and it was awful play from a macro standpoint, but it was very funny to watch.
It sounds hilarious. It sounds like a PLC classic to not only lose 8 people in a team fight under a turret, but also continue. I'm definitely looking forward to that one. I've been watching these replays more and more in just like my free time, and I'm finding. Originally I watched these replays because I'm like, I want to be a better player. I want to like take notes or whatnot, and then I find myself just so enthralled with just these, fight after fight after fight, that so much into that. But I will go ahead and shut up as we move into the banning portion and the draft portion of our game. This is of course Swiss number 3. We see an Ambessa ban right away by round. Oh man,
this is some spicy bans. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly who is a master of what champion here, but when I see something like Zed or Irelia, you must be thinking this mid laner must be a demon in solo queue, is what I'm thinking. Because if you're a champion like Zed, Irelia in the mid lane, man, no one likes seeing you in solo queue. It's just a nightmare situation when mid lane gets ahead on those champions or something like that.
Which is very interesting to me because in our competitive play, we've seen some solo queue heroes, some win, but most of the time they don't see as much. That is a Darius with a Maokai. So either we're going to have a spicy support or we're going to see a Darius in the jungle like you predicted.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting here. We see the Camille actually picked after the Maokai. would hesitate to say that Camille blind is a good pick. Maokai can be flexed in a lot of spots, so that's a concern. We'll see how Byram responds to the Camille and the rest of this draft here. They're not banning out any more. They're banning out. So we got Morgana.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're seeing them as they picked it in their third-party client. I think we're seeing the exact roles. Because so far we have the mid lane in the mid lane. So unfortunately, we don't get to see that portion of the mid game. But it does. It's a very spicy Galio plus Viego plus, walls don't matter according to the red team right now. And we're looking forward to seeing, and they're holding us in suspense with Monkey. But yes, very, very excited about all this. Blitzcrank covered.
Ooh, let's see. I wonder what support. I have to see RB's support, because Blitzcrank's gonna roll quite a few of those range supports that might have been a really nice pick for against that. Man, not seeing the draft order makes me a little sad, because there's so many things that could have happened. Oh yeah, Milio.
There's so many things that could happen, and there's that Milio locked in by Merlin guy, which in fact was the guy that I was watching pre this tournament. So I'm very much looking forward to that. The Twitch Blitzcrank versus Milio. Oh man, that is a scary lane. But you don't want to grab anyone else on their team. So
if you can grab Viego before the fight starts, he's really looking to get in after he's got reset, not before, and that can sort of stop the idea that he's going to chain reset through your team. That's always a really annoying thing to play when you're playing against that champion, is that he can just arrive late and turn a team fight just by with that right timing on his on using his ultimate to get in there and finish off a kill.
Yeah,
Blitzcrank's hooking. Blitzcrank's good at disrupting that idea. We have a Zeri hyper carry style. Either Viego's resetting the team or Zeri's hyper carrying, and the Blitzcrank hook is a really good way to disrupt that style. On the other hand, though, because you have Blitzcrank, you have a Twitch that is he doesn't have as great of a support as he might like if he is getting jumped on by Camille. Is that right? We do have Talia's Unraveled Earth to stun Camille if she tries to go through that. We do have some good CC from Maokai and Darius, so we'll see how they're able to keep those champions off. But you're thinking a dive from Piano Bra on Camille into Galio ultimate, and you can't leave the Galio ultimate when Camille ults you. So
yeah, we're seeing a very dense zone of control from the blue team. I can't imagine a very comfortable dive by Camille or Viego, but that doesn't mean, team fights aren't necessarily a uniform fight. I think it's very easy for Twitch to get caught out, as well as Twitch to catch people out on the enemy team. I don't necessarily think that any one of those people caught alone survives against two people on the blue team. So very, very interesting game. We'd love to see your predictions in the chat to see what you predict to win the buy round on the blue team or Royal Blue Esports team 1 on the red team. But yeah, looking forward to that. I imagine that this Zeri is going to, as you said, Zeri hyper carry or the Viego resets is going to become a nightmare, but getting that first kill is going to be really tricky in these team fights.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how this goes. I just think there's a lot of spooky little threats. RB's definitely Royal Blue Esports definitely trying to scale up here on the top side, and if you can be a late game, she'll cut straight through that front line, no problems as well.
True.
So that's a concern you're gonna have on the side of buy round, is once your tanks stop being tanky, because Camille's got 3-second Cho'Gath ult, as they say, then you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Now, you were talking about the speed that Darius can clear at. Does he get a particularly early gank that we should be looking for or are interested in seeing, or is he usually a level 3 standard solo queue jungler?
His full clear is insanely fast. So in theory, there's a lot of plays you can do. if Maokai's winning the top lane early levels, because Camille's not very strong early, there's opportunities to gank top lane. There's opportunities to play into the top side jungle if the Viego's Croaks or something like that, or Gromp, depending on what side they're looking at here. I guess bot lane have to be winning. My math's rotating. I'm trying to figure out what
all the math figures showing up.
Yeah, but yeah, so like I have to rotate the map to make sure which I'm looking at which side. But you can play the enemy's top side jungle as well, because Darius absolutely beats those people to a pulp.
Right.
So if he does find Viego like first full clear, that's really scary for him, I think. So that'll be something to watch out for, to see how he tries to use the tempo on Darius.
Oh my goodness, and they're all running in the mid lane. Game 3 of our Swiss is underway. They're all clumping up around the mid lane, so we might see a little invades. I'm always like holding my breath, clenching up a little bit. The blue team does appear to be standing on a ward, but they might be able to dodge that out right away. We'll see if any silliness ensues. Their red team is not responding to the hyper aggression, but that is a blue team that sees all of them on that ward. Some immediate excitement, a little bit of a breath holder right away, but it does not look like we're going to see anything from that.
Royal Blue Esports is going to use that information to go ahead and get a ward in the bot side jungle, so they can get an idea of where Darius is. In theory, Darius could have walked over the bot lane and cleared bot to top. It looks like we're going to see alternate sides on the jungle starts here.
But I don't think they have enough information to immediately go for that safe vertical jungle, so that'll be something that we'll be watching there. Now, Viego, does he have a particularly quick clear? Is he going to have as many options as Darius is going to have in this early game?
Yeah, I expect Darius to have like 10 seconds on the Viego here. I don't know the exact timers for these jungle clears, and since Darius clearing top to bot, he's looking at those squishy bot laners, and we'll see if they. I mean, you've got Blitzcrank, so anything can happen.
Absolutely, it only takes one hook to absolutely ruin your day. Top laners are absolutely going at it, chunking 1-for-1. And we're gonna see, it really is a matter of like who gets to half health first, and what junglers are going to be in position at one time. As you said, this could be a really slow, really patient game, or Blitzcrank can land a hook, and then we're off to the races. A lot of skirmishing going on in the top lane as we kind of move forward. Kind of a slow and patient start of the game. It seems like most of our teams are kind of handshake, nothing crazy is going to happen as long as Blitzcrank stands behind those minions. But Blitzcrank is going to flex his strength a little bit as he starts to push away the bot lane there. Lots of fighting going on in the top lane.
Yeah, Piampro's getting quite low here, but Quick Reflex's gem is just out of mana, just cycled enough abilities that he's really only got his auto attacks left. Piampro's healing off from the strike there, and he's skipping his top lane camps for this gank here, and he's going to go ahead and pick up a kill on Quick Reflex's gem. He's hopefully going to pick up the kill without flashing, and there it is. All right, we do see a Blitzcrank took the land in the bot lane. Ignite came out exhausted on the monkey there, and he's going to get very low, but that's sums burnt on the side of bot lane as well. All flashes are still up, all other sums are burnt. Very interesting.
Man,
Mekiji just charged through Unraveled Earth, and it's gonna take a huge stun, almost connecting the punch there, but not getting the knockup that he's looking for.
Yeah, just as we predicted, it was going to be the decision-making skills of the jungler, the Viego deciding to skip his camps to go for that play on the top side is going to put Royal Blue into a position. Darius going for a quick little cheeky grab, but missing it just by the flash. As we're going in.
Piambro's trading onto Quick Gem. He's going to twist to advance the wall dive, but it's not going to do quite enough there. He's going to get quite low as Camille stacks that Conqueror. Now bot lane's very low, and Dude is also in the mid lane flashing right on Flea. He's wasn't ready for that, and unfortunately going to lose a kill to mid lane. Viego is getting quite ahead here with 2 kills in the early game.
Viego being one of the carries on their team, getting 2 kills this early is not what you want to see if you were buy round. And it does look like Byron is playing at least smart, is at least playing patiently, but they're going to need to get something to get back in. Viego, another gank, just super active.
Yep, no, Darius has been absent from the top side, so he's trying to get everything he can from top mid, and it's going pretty well. Darius just went ahead and reset here and is going for full clear. He's spot out on enemy vision since they were able to get that from winning that top gank.
Yeah, and even though he hasn't been able to get any kills or assists so far, he has been able to steal away that flash. So he's definitely being impactful, just not as impactful as this Viego, who already has a Phage and a Longsword in his game, which is just taking a scary inevitability and making it that much closer. Okay.
That's a tough interaction for mid lane there. Every time Galio launches his charge, the play can drop the Unraveled Earth and stun him and do just quite a bit of damage for it. So that's really tough. Diablo and Flux Gem are trading a lot here, just drain themselves on resources. We do see Wazuchi is about to walk into Darius there in the top lane. Attempt a mid lane there to get that kill, and the hook lands onto Viego, and he's going to have to W away there. He's coming around to try to help, but Schro's roamed up on Blitzcrank, and he's just stuck there. Kill's going to go over to Tactical Shrimp if they
decide to get it.
If they calculate that correctly. Top lanes here as well. Piano Bros responded to this. Now it's a 2v2 between Tactical Shrimp and Schroda. Is there a Blitzcrank hook about to come here? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, a very nice seismic shove from Talia. Nothing else looks like it's happening. A 1-for-1 overall for the teams, and another kill for Viego.
Yeah, man, I was questioning a lot of those engages during a lot of that. And the follow up from both teams seemed to be a little strange. Already kind of out of position, not watching to see if the top laner was responding, which happened. The Camille did come in.
Yeah, Monkey is just fighting Miniature Hava here, just in the wave there. Drops the Ignite. By the way, that's saying Ignite on Twitch. He's absolutely thirsty for those kills. And
that is a blasting Rond on the Twitch. So getting those full stacks is no joke, as no slouch as far as damage is concerned. First Drake will of course go over to Royal Blue, as we saw, but the Void Grubs do go to the blue team. I'm curious to see this Twitch, who's just hungry to fight 1v1 against Zeri. This is a gutsy team that we have. I think someone should tell them that they're behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, Monkey is down 20 CS here, which is if you're looking at the math, is equal to a kill. So
right,
that's very hard gap to deal with, that, especially if you continue to get LCS. But now we see a game top lane. We see the Maokai ultimate come out, and it's not enough. But the hook Apprehend does land on the Piano Bro. He just used his hook shot. Ooh, drops the Bramble Smash and pushes Piano Bro away, sort of a disengage once they see the Galio ultimate come out.
A smart disengage, as you can see on the map, that Talia was responding and does have that global ultimate to respond to where Galio is. Honestly, loving the response.
Yeah, they're probably esports is finding Darius here and rotating back to his jungle, and Camille's gonna pick up the kill. Tackle Shrimp's gonna go forward and try to respond, but it's a little too late. Jim is far out of this fight here, and that's just gonna be a kill delivered straight up to Camille there, and it's gonna destabilize the top lane even further, which is not spells bad problem for BR.
Yeah, it's and honestly more fighting as the bot lane.
Yeah, we're seeing Miniature Harvey fight Monkey again, and there's not a lot of damage coming out from AP Twitch right now with Ultimate, and it's going to be a pretty convincing 2v2. And Schroda's trying to run away. Is going through the river, just flashed over a wall, and Robo Esports chasing in the jungle. They find the Darius jungle while he's picking up Blitzcrank. Seismic Shove goes out, stuns both of them. Noxian Guillotine lands on the Wazak. He's going to take the Darius. And he's actually going to heal just enough HP along with Milio's buffs to avoid dying from Darius Bleed, which is really tragic.
Man, it would have almost have been worth it to kill that Viego, get that shutdown gold right there. But Viego living just by the skin of his teeth with those resets that he gets from his passive, really, really bad. A Trinity Force already completed by Viego in before 10 minutes. That is absolutely terrifying. Kind of out of control immediately. As so much action has already been taking place this top side. This is not what you want to see if you are buy round. But Royal Blue is a very competent team. This is probably just another day at the office for these guys who were able to respond quickly to these people who are out of position. And I think macro gameplay is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, we're seeing a bot lane try to rotate here for a kill onto Termac G. They're getting a lot of getting him CC'd up a lot. Not damage is coming out pretty slowly. While GG's looking to respond here, he W's forward. African misses from Darius as he tries to respond to that and is not. It's a good nice one kill for the side of blue team, but unfortunately that leaves their bot lane open for turret plates.
Yeah, it is just not a person who is got those kills. So a gold is gold, but it's not as much gold as killing someone like Viego. And another Trinity Force being finished by that can wait.
Ultimate from Zeri, Blitzcrank lands his rocket grab onto Miniature Hobbit, and like he is just spacing turret quite well there, and only takes one turret shot, is able to slide a kill onto Monkey under the turret there, and that's another kill for the side of Royal Blue Esports.
Right, and this Maokai finding out that the Trinity Force completed by the Camille is very damaging. Does not feel very good.
Yeah.
And we're still fighting.
Heartbreaker just dodged from wasn't used Heartbreaker to dodge over Talia's Unraveled Earth, and he just got spotted out in the jungle at the wrong time, and he's unfortunately a big problem. Darius is clearing Krug at the same time, while he's going to find him as well. Darius is going to pick up the Krugs, it looks like, and blue team's maybe looking to take a fight here. By rounds playing around in the jungle, and Penumbra is fighting top lane. Just uses passive, but the Malkail's sort of at a weird angle there and doesn't quite catch him, so it's a very close one's on the top lane as well. Beautiful hook, beautiful flash ball dive from Camille is going to give him just the amount of space he needs to land the kill onto quick reflexes gem. His reflexes were not fast enough to flash that. So it's very small. You have to be real fast. You have to be really fast. Like, can't just be quick on that, unfortunately.
And
Chemtech goes over to Royal Blue Esports as well.
Taking all of these small skirmishes as just normal everyday fights, and just to catch up a little bit for Ramen's breath, and just every single member of their team, save maybe Galio of Royal Blue, is just a terrifying mass right now. We're seeing these crazy fights that Zeri is taking by spacing the tower, as you said so well. Double Trinity Forces on the side of Royal Blue Esports before 15 minutes is just very terrifying.
She's sort of looking for engage here, trying to bait Miniature Hobbit in with for Monkey. And he's going to land the hook, and he's not actually going to get the kill because there's just not enough damage apparently. Erling guy is 1 HP. The AP Twitch kind of managed to come out of the ambush there with spray and pray and get just enough damage and really spook the bot lane. Bot lane's relatively close, all things considered, seeing how where the gold leads are. 2k top lane, 2k in the jungle, but not too much anywhere else.
Yeah, and Blitzcrank has been on 100% of the assists so far. If they're going to get back into this, it is going to be because of the Twitch that is into this. Honestly, Maokai losing 2,000 health is just like another day at the office, so that I can take a second to mention what is going on in the bot lane, because there are just so many kills going on at top lane. They're just fighting and fighting.
Yeah, Hexic Ultimate comes out from Penumbra, and he's going to be able to lock quick refreshes them down long enough to finish him off. It's hard. Camille's very accelerated at this point, and it's really hard to trade when the lane, even though it's still quite close because Maokai is just such a strong champion as a very tanky champion. We see a split fight going on here in the topside jungle. Penumbra is coming to respond as Darius and Schroeder are trying to fight. Flash away, Wazaki flashed away actually from that hook, which is maybe actually completely unnecessary as Royal Blue Esports is flooding into the jungle. She's got very low here. Got spooked by the AP Twitch. Penumbra is going to go down to Tactical Shrimp, and Byron trying to run out. Wazak GG is from the back is able to pick up kill on Tactical Shrimp. Monkey still shooting from this 1 HP, and the wolves are actually. Oh my gosh, the wolves were jumping on the miniature Hobbit. We're having Hobbit for lunch there, but he's gonna be able to pick up a kill on Monkey. And
wow,
that was a what for what 3 for 2. 3 for
something
3?
like no 3 for 3 I believe, but honestly a lot of gold was injected into both teams. But I think unfortunately for Royal Blue, the shutdown gold is going to matter more for the side of Byround. Twitch, who went into that fight 2-2, is now 5-3, and like I was trying to get out, if they're going to get back into this game, it is going to be because of Twitch, who has finished the Naster's Tooth, who has a needlessly large rod, really, buying into that AP that he gets that damage from his passive. And honestly, if they can keep doing this kind of like confused mess of a team fight, this is how Twitch gets back in there. You can see the thank you, Observer, for showing us the gold difference as Camille goes in.
Yeah, look at Piano Bros. After getting Turret is going to try to go for this kill here, but unfortunately, Byround is here to respawn, and it's hard to get. And he didn't have his ultimate there or any summoner spells, and Dr. Strip was able to stun up and push him away, generate that space for just enough time for Byround to come in and pick up that kill. Camille's on the one hand very strong; she's ahead on items, but.
RESDECT, you can't see me, man. Like, even though I'm not on your map, that doesn't mean I can't kill you.
Mid lane, yeah. First Miniature Hobbit drops the expunge for some damage, but the Milio's shields and heals are putting in a lot of work there. We're seeing Monkey keep trying to find these opportunities here, pushing a very small lead, trying to make that into a larger lead to balance out this game.
Yeah, Zeri is very brave.
Jarus has found out here. He's in recalling the topside jungle, completely unaware. Wazak is going to pick up that kill. A really nice 1v1. He's got a Yomu's. He's got the Darius has Yomu's Ghostblade. I always forget how that works. GG's got a Trinity Force. Tactical Shrimp looking for a kill on the Miniature Hobbit, pushing him up the topside jungle. Looks like there's a lot of grouping around the Rift Herald here. We'll see if teams decide to fight over that.
Yeah, no kidding. Honestly, a lot of these people have so much movement speed. We're still not seeing any symbiotic souls on either team, but it feels like they do because of how quickly they're responding to each other. Both teams are very quick on the map. This has been a game of macro play, of taking a team fight, taking a kind of an awkward position, and then catching someone out.
Yep, Yambra and Wazakuji were camping this bush here. There were some things going on blue side of the question marks, but unfortunately, there's Royal Blue Esports are just so strong that they're going to be able to jump those members and just kill them. So that's quite unfortunate for the side of Byround. Very good for Royal Blue Esports. They're continuing to deny Byround any space to play on the map.
10-1. Oh my god.
Ooh. Flash from Tactical Shrimp here over the wall. Miniature Hobbit's going to be able to dash over this wall here, and Tactical Shrimp's going to pick up the kill with very nice volley from Talia's going to pick that up. Both
right.
Going to go over to the side of Royal Blue Esports.
And we are at Soul Point. The next dragon could determine that Royal Blue gets the next soul, which will of course be Ocean Soul.
Landing a really nice hook on the Merlin guy. He's going to blast count away. This is an interesting position. We do see Merlin guy and Piamper walking away here. Darius is in the vicinity. A nice interrupt from Frodo. Unfortunately, nothing of value coming out of that.
Yeah, no kidding. Almost a 5,000 gold lead by Royal Blue. They were catching up for a second Byround with some of those weirder team fights, but Royal Blue is really just suffocating Byround right now with just some absolutely terrifying items. I see a Ravenous Hydra. I see somehow not a completed second item from the Viego, but he is recalling right now. You'll see that shortly. And just an absolute powerhouse from the team right now. If you are Byround, what is your out is the question right now. And it looks like it might be the Twitch, but honestly, who's had a hard time keeping vision up on the map, who's been getting surprised, Byround is really kind of floundering a little bit, trying to figure out what they can get next, as the pace of this game is just unbelievable. as they're preparing for the next epic objective. Turrets going down on both the top side and the mid side, at least getting damaged, not necessarily going down. And just fight after fight. This is just, this is PLC as we know it, ladies and gentlemen. And Void Creatures.
You see Tactical Shrimp trading onto Pianbro pretty hard here. Seismic Shove goes out, but Hextech Ultimatum can dodge that very easily, and Camille's going to be able to finish off Tactical Shrimp just a little too far forward. And even though he is the strongest member on the team of Byron, he wasn't quite able to. Hookshot missed from Pianbro there. That is, or was disjointed. It's not quite clear which. Flash forward from Shota to get that hook on Pianbro, but the rest of Global Esports is here to spawn. Manager Hobbit's going in to kill Monkeys, trying to spray and pray. Times out, and the build. Byron has no more abilities. They're just low HP under turret, and there's waves coming in soon, and looks like Global Esports is going to pick up this tier 2 turret.
Going to push them away, take that turret, and once again open up this map even more. And if you remember, goodness, Piano Bro, I need to say something sometime. Piano
Bro has teleported top lane here to defend the top lane turret from Quick Jim. Jim was looking for the damage, but Malakai's damage is high. Bramble Smash pushes him away a little bit. Top turret's still up here, which is quite interesting. Both top turrets. Objective bounties just came down as well. So initially a little tank fight, but as you see, Malakai's still pretty tanky right now, even if he can't trade 1-for-1. Seismic Shove lands onto Gallia here in the mid lane. He's split from his team and he's running away, flashes away from the Blitzcrank hook, and now we see Welzik GG on the back line trying to get a kill. He's not going to hit. Another huge Seismic Shove from Tactical Shrimp is going to lock him up. Monkeys ambushed, stealth in there. Welzik GG flashed on the Tactical Shrimp, 1 HP, gets punched out by Blitzcrank as Monkey goes and trades with Manager Hobbit, kill for kill. So 3 for 2 technically for the team, because we sort of missed Jim dying to Pianbro in the top lane and losing the tier 1 turret. We'll see Pianbro's continuing to apply massive split foot pressure. Can anyone stop the split foot pressure from Camille? Tier 2 turret's about to go down. Is he going to take this 1v1 too? Yes. Look at the damage coming out from Camille. 2 items.
It's just brutal. And getting the shutdown onto the Blitzcrank is certainly not where you want it, but it's better to get the shutdown at all than to not. 3 items on the Viego now, absolutely terrifying. And Dragon will be spawning in the next 30 seconds, or 60 seconds. That is not 30 seconds. Don't do math on stream. And this is just a very scary scenario to be in by round. That is a tongue twister. And legitimately, though, all of the scary people that we were looking at, I think Zeri being a little bit less so, but still certainly scary, getting in the TV's team fights just as much as any of the other people on the side of Royal Blue are just terrifying right now. So as they stance around, as they clear boards, and as they're preparing for this next dragon fight, honestly, Soul could be enough to just absolutely shut out Byround from continuing the game. And so Byround, knowing how important this is might get caught out as they're trying to stance.
Yeah, Welzik walks up to the top side jungle, and Byround's here to respond. Gallia's ulting in to try to slow things down. Pianbro just picked up a kill on Twitch on the back line, so Royal Blues starts flooding into their jungle, and Pianbro again diving onto Tackle Shrimp. Beautiful hook from Shota to keep him alive, but he's going to pay for that with his life. And unfortunately, the teams of Byround are vaporized by Royal Blue Esports there, 4-0. And they're continuing to try to run down Tactical Shrimp a little bit. They're even inside his base. They're just running him down into the jungle. But that's Leah passive. He's going to be able to get a little bit of boot speed through the jungle.
A little bit of silliness chasing down that Talia, who was already not going to be able to impact any more objectives from that. Soul going over to the side of Royal Blue Esports in just a moment, and things are looking absolutely dire. 10k lead on the side of Royal Blue Esports. What can't they do right now? Getting stunned but still being pulled away. This is what the Camille wanted to do in that last fight with Darius, but yes, right now the Royal Blue, it's their game to lose. That they just have complete command of the map right now. just showing once again how dangerous these jungles are.
Yeah, Tactical Stream pushed it a little far out there. Peombro saw him continue to walk out and said, "You know what? I can just go back for this free kill," and takes it. He's looking very confident on Camille, and certainly very ahead.
Yes.
And is able to continue to apply that split push pressure. There isn't really any individual on buy round that seems to be able to deal with that. Monkey's getting caught out in the mid lane as well, and the kill's going to go over to Diego, and now it's going to turn into a fight as Byron gets found out in the topside jungle. All of Royal Blue Esports is here. That's 4v3, now 4v2. Jim is going to follow shortly into the gray screen, and Schwoto's all by himself. Can't make it back to base. Royal Blue Esports is already there.
Nail's
Major
pushing too.
Gonna just run him down for the kill, as he all the way up into the top push phase. Piano Bros still split pushing, and you see him jumping onto Talia as well, and she's dead again. So another 40 seconds on the gray screen. Schwoto's really on the run of his life, to be honest. Gets all the way to the top push, all the way back down to his tier 2 turret. Still can't make it. Pianbro is dancing in their base. He's waiting for his team to push into the mid turret so they can take that too. We have Ocean Soul on the side of Blue Esports. They just keep regenning.
They don't need to back.
Wait a second. Am I crazy? Does Viego not have mana? Is he a manaless champion?
He is a manaless champion. Yes, sir.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
I never knew that, actually. Whoa. I didn't realize that. I'm going to be honest.
Certainly another point against an already powerful champion who also happens to be 15-2 with some terrifying items. Honestly, looking to just cause Byron to bleed out a little bit more. Akshan on the map, but honestly, at this point, it is just a matter of time before the snowball crushes the blue team. Super minions coming in from both the mid and bot side is going to be on the wrong side of the map to respond to Akshan, but it looks like Byround is going to try anyways. Maybe they can get a cheeky pick. Maybe they can try something, but honestly, like this is this kind of feels like a last stand of Mr. Achilles. So we'll see what they can do here. Stancing around, it does look like Viego is confident enough to go in alone against the 5 people.
Yep, Viego just jumped in with a Spectral Maw, and Monkey tries to get out, but Pianbro's on the other side, and he's going to drop, and Royal Blue Esports just going to jump on anyone they can see, any blue bar they can see, and Byron's just going to vaporize. Victory Fletcher's Jim is just by himself as he was fighting Miniature Hobbit. Took a little bit longer to die, but that's just because they weren't really focusing on him, and managed to connect with the backline. So that team fight's going to roll right into the end of the game, as Royal Blue Esports very nice teleport from Pianobro right in there, and looks like it's going to be a game for Royal Blue Esports. Very nicely played from them. Again, we saw a lot of pressure from the top lane into a very convincing win.
And I'm I think both teams showed very, very well. I think, of course, Royal Blue kind of ran away with the game, but I think the start of the game was very strong from both of them. A very, very good game from both of them. Good game, and Royal Blue moving on with a 2-game versus 1-loss lead. We'll probably see them in the finals. Don't quote me on that. I have not checked the standings, and we will be back for the finals bracket after this.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来喝点酸奶，直接出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way, pop a paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。Now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test.
Whoa, we are early. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Progenitor League Circuit March Tournament. I am Juhadre, and joining me is VG Shazbot. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
It's good to be here. I got to surprise one of the members of Royal Blue before the game started. They're like, "Wait, you casted last game?" I'm like, "Yeah, that was me."
Amazing. And what a game to cast.
Yes.
So we are going to be seeing Royal Blue Esports versus Team Unknown right now as our semifinal that we will be viewing. And just for the logic here, everybody, we talked about how Team Unknown has been seen the most, but we have already seen the other matchup basically today. It is Dirty Dogs versus Washed Up OGs. We saw Dirty Dogs game 1. We saw Washed Up OGs game 2. We have not seen Team Unknown on the stream today, so we did revert to that as our reason for watching this game. Now, this is where the stakes get really important, because if Royal Blue wins, that means we will watch them 3 games in a row. So, just throwing that out there.
This is a heartbreaker game for me because I have played with both of these teams. I
Mhm.
love Team Unknown. Everyone knows me as a Team Unknown fan, and I've also played on the same team as Royal Blue in another tournament. And all 10 people that are just great guys, and so. This is going to be a little bit of a heartbreaker game. I'm going to see the people that I like to root for the most kind of duke it out, and only one can move on to the next round. So we'll see how it goes as we move into draft. Take that as a
You
transition.
know what will make this an even bigger heartbreaker game, Shazbot?
What?
If it's another Viego, because isn't that one of his
Yeah,
spells?
it's his ultimate. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And I think Team Unknown. Oh, yep. I was just about to say it. They should be smart enough to know that it is an RBE ban, no matter what, because regardless of if it's Wazak or Piano Bra or the other guy who played jungle for them in the last tournament, every single one of them played Viego to a ridiculously terrifying degree.
And you know what? I'm curious on Team Unknown's next ban because we saw not just a Viego as such a powerful a presence last game in particular. I like it. Emilio was a very impactful who kept Zeri, who wasn't necessarily that far ahead, allowed Zeri to just take team fights whenever she wanted.
Yeah, I have been under the impression that Emilio is a little overtuned for a long time. It was actually a PLC game where I watched him heal and shield a Kog'Maw who was in a 1v3, and the Kog'Maw won.
I believe it. He's crazy.
For real, it was crazy. So I'm okay with that ban. We got the big scary guys being banned out by Royal Blue here. Skarner and Cho'Gath both taken away. Even with Skarner's recent nerfs, I was watching I think it's called First Stand. It's the new international tournament that they have going on with the pros. And Skarner's still strong, guys. I'm just going to throw it out there. A little bit of extra damage is not going to stop him from being a super tanky crowd control machine. So keep that in mind. Skarner is strong.
And I know Top Ramen Chef, poor guy, was hoping to see the kind of train wreck Cho'Gath come along. The Teemo ban, no respect for the top lane of Team Unknown, as Galio is instant locked. Okay, interesting.
So the Galio is an interesting pick for me because as is Death in the bot lane. Did you recognize
Death in the bot lane? I did not notice that. Yeah. Okay, all right, a little bit of mix up going on. I'm down for it.
Yeah.
But yes, Galio has been a pretty pick or ban champion in this tournament so far. And it's kind of funny because I know how strong Galio is. And Billy might burn me at the stake for saying this, but it felt like Galio has not been making as much of a presence as you would think he would in these games, but so far he's been pick or ban every game. Piano Bra getting the Camille again, though. That has been the champion on the name to look at, especially when it comes to last game.
Double danger here with the Zeri locked in as well. The mobility and the raw damage, not needing to worry about attack speed so much, and let's be honest, having a skill shot as an auto attack is in some scenarios better than having an auto attack. It helps you when you lose vision. On
the Twitch.
Speaking of picks that are just popular in our tournament, Twitch came out of nowhere and has been played so often on PLC broadcasts. So we'll see how Death does with that one, because Valentine and it wasn't Miniature Hobbit. Who was it? It was Monkey. And the legendary Kiroro Taric locked in as well. This is going to be a treat.
I absolutely love Kiroro on Taric. It is terrifying. He just is in the right spots at the right position. There's so much finesse with Taric, and I love Kiroro on that. But I agree with that that Twitch side of things. Came out of nowhere. And now I'm a little bit less familiar with the other games, but last game he went AP. So I'm curious if he will go with that AP attack speed build as another that champion. Yep, I got Seraphine picked.
You've got
Center
some
myself.
favorites and not favorites, don't we, Shazbot?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I like this ban though from RBE. They take out the Poppy because look at their first two champions that are locked in. Very mobile, dashy champions. And so if you need to be able to move like that, you've got to get rid of the Poppy. So I'm gonna throw out there that our mid laner or jungler will probably be something that also has these types of dashes. Wukong stands out. Xin Zhao stands out as opportunities to lock in. I think those are the first two that just come quickly to mind.
Sure.
And I'm okay with just saying those two as we're almost done with our last ban of this game.
You know, I've had a little bit of a Vex obsession lately, and I think the historians can call me crazy in the future, but it's kind of sad to me that people are so willing to go Galio and not willing to go someone like Vex. And I know they're playing very different roles, but I don't look at Royal Blue's team and say, yep, Galio ruins that team. Like I know it's a first pick, I know it's a blind pick, and at the same time, I just am not inspired by Galio. Especially, oh man, Lilia, again, another champion that's like, oh no, there's a Galio ult coming. I'm just going to like move away at 700 movement speed and then come back in, you know?
Right. But the good news is that the Galio already has the built-in magic shield to assist with the damage that Lilia does put out, that Seraphine does put out, because we don't actually know if that supports Seraphine or not. But
right?
What Death just locked in here will make Xeno and the Snurks in the chat very, very happy, as that is Lissandra.
And that's probably not a jungle, Lissandra. So that's probably going top lane against the Piano Bro. I'm very excited for this because, man, this is an interesting matchup because Lissandra is very, very capable of getting out of sticky situations. So is Camille. And both champions are very good at going at each other. So it's like, how strong is the root? I don't know the matchup very well because I don't see a lot of Lissandra's top. So we're going to see how that goes. As Amumu is locked in as the final champion on Team Unknown.
I was hoping that we were going to get some weird flex where Free Bossman Jack was actually going to take to Twitch. But that's not what happened. Now, Royal Blue, I think, picked a great last pick here with the Sylas. Let's take a look at some of these ultimates that he will be able to hijack. Heroic Entrance.
Yep,
pretty great.
classic.
Curse of the Sad Mummy. Pretty strong. Frozen Tomb. Also strong.
Yeah.
Rat-a-tat-tat, not so great. I don't know what that will do to him. Like,
It's not bad. Gives him range and it gives him a piercing bolt.
Okay, that's gonna look really, really weird because he's melee.
Oh, yeah.
But
It's pretty funny.
Cosmic Radiance,
Ooh,
especially on a champion like Zeri, on a champion like Lilia, on a champion like Camille, who all want to be in and dealing damage up close. Those 2 seconds of invulnerability are going to be pivotal. So I think that is probably the linchpin of the entire draft, is throwing in that Sylas. I think that was very, very clever.
And you know what? Looking at this now, I feel very silly for seeing Galio going top. That makes a lot more sense. But at the same time, does it? Like Galio being less impactful, can't respond to bot lane as much. I honestly think I like the Lissandra top a little bit more. But man, I'm looking at this team and I really just think Royal Blue had some incredible responses to drafting. Royal Blue, of course, was the team that got to choose what side they were on. And I think picking Red Team was just very smart for them to be able to respond well, to lock down some powerful champions. Their team is terrifying.
Absolutely.
Not just the Sylas that you were talking about, but like each one of them individually is a very, very big powerhouse. The CC from Seraphine is very annoying. But that isn't to say that Team Unknown is necessarily out of the game, as they just have some bombastic, just gigantic team fight ultimates. Every single one of them has team fight ultimates.
You know, I don't even think it's just the teamfight ultimates we need to worry about. Twitch has that AoE slow,
True.
which does damage over time. Lissandra has that. It's actually quite a large ring range of root. The engage capability is also really high. Galio has the AoE taunt. There's a lot of good stuff coming out of the composition from Team Unknown. In fact, the ability to dodge other abilities with Lissandra's ultimate, right? You just stop taking damage for a whole 2 seconds, and then when you eventually get your, I almost said Rylai's or Leandry's, but neither of those is right.
Zhonya's.
That's the one. When you get your Zhonya's, that's 4.5 seconds of you can't touch this. And so go ahead.
I will say right now, though, I'm going to make a prediction that Lissandra will only be ulting herself if Team Unknown as a whole is in trouble. I think Lissandra wants to be ulting any one of these people to get them out of a fight. I think if Lissandra is ulting herself, then we're in the timeline for Team Unknown. We are in a moment of crisis.
Well, especially when you combine it with the fact that Taric can ult Lissandra, right?
Exactly. Right.
So the other scary thing is I was talking with you during the break. For those in the audience, did you count how many times Pianobra dodged the seismic shove with his Hextech ultimatum?
You were telling me. I missed the exact count.
I'm pretty sure it was 3. But then on top of that, their jungler also dodged seismic shoves and other spells using the Heartbreaker. And so when you look at the ability to do that, the timing on the casts of these pivotal spells has to be locked in. Both teams need to be careful, because if they try and go onto the Lissandra, again, it might be in the danger zone if she needs to ult herself, but it is still possible, and it negates a big part of the engage. Camille doesn't get the attack speed if the stun doesn't land. The knock-up from the stolen Galio doesn't land. The charm from the Seraphine doesn't land. Maybe dodging the sleep from the Lilia. All of these different things are possible,
right?
And calculating that is something that these guys need to be aware of and able to do.
Yeah, it's a very difficult. Royal Blue has picked a very, very flexible team. Not necessarily someone who will run away with the game, quite like the last team that they picked, but not getting picked out, being 1 or 2 people in the jungle alone with no vision, and then suddenly ambushed by any amount of Royal Blue is going to be terrifying. And I think Royal Blue has kind of like made that as an identity for themselves, as these macro plays of the jungle just not being a safe place. And they're very good about removing wards, about getting unfavorable matchups for the enemy team. And they're quite fun to play with. And at the same time, we know Team Unknown to be this like wrecking ball of death that all of a sudden it's just 4 or 5 people suddenly ganking the bot lane and going from there. Looking like a couple of bugs on the UI. That's okay. We will get those cleared as we go into the first game of the finals. Looking forward to this game very much. And yeah.
Well, everybody, let's see some hype in the chat as the first fight of our semifinals actually has come out on the bottom side. Miniature Hobbit and Death exchanging blows. And just right there, Miniature Hobbit able to check that brush with a quote-unquote auto attack. One of my least fit. Oh, here we go, though. Dazzle almost lands. Miniature Hobbit is taking a lot of damage. Cleanse out of the exhaust. Exhaust flash forward cleanse as well. And it is first blood to Death on the Twitch.
All right, Death. All right, we see you. You've been locked in mid lane for too long. Welcome to bot lane. What a presence to be able to stand just out of range for that vision. A very, very fun start of the game. And also, it's going to be a very, very scary way. A 300 gold inject onto an 80 carry this early is very scary. They're going to push the wave. They're going to recall. They're going to get another item, and it's going to just be that much harder for Royal Blue to exist at the same time in the bot lane.
Well, especially, Zeri is mobile, and she does very well with being in the middle of the fight with the damage that her ultimate can deal. But if you're close to a Twitch, you're in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And so the conflict of those two missions, let's call it, is going to spell disaster for at least one of them.
Ooh,
okay.
Piano Bro is just gonna take that. Oh man,
The passive from Camille is so strong. I
it's
love
so strong. It's deceptive. Like, I think a lot of newer players have difficulty with Camille just because of the sheer amount of things going on at the same time. It's a very fluid champion. But Kodo Draco seems to be handling it pretty well, coming up ahead on that last trade. I do.
And the taunt, is it gonna land? Idol of Durand is there. Piano Bra gets caught and killed. Team Unknown now 2-0. Turmac? Yeah, Turmac goes on to Lemon, but no one dies there. But the beginning of the game is favored to Team Unknown.
You say that like you're surprised. I think Team Unknown are my boys, and they're just showing that they're not intimidated by a very strong showing from Royal Blue last game.
Teleport back. Kodo Draco's in some trouble. He probably has to flash, but you can't dodge the flash stun from Piano Bra. There he flashes out of the brush, and it is not enough.
Putting the ward
but
in.
mid-range.
Wow, we missed that.
Man, it's such a PLC thing. We're all excited, and the more important thing happens somewhere else.
Hey, and that's okay. We like the action. We're seeing Amumu and Lilia showing, so that both teams know where they are. I do want to point out that the item that Twitch ended up getting is a Cole, so that he's trying to advance his lead in the future. Just taking a bet, saying that they're not going to be fighting nearly as much as we were seeing in the last game. But this is a very aggressive Zeri, so we are going to see just how real that is. Gold is pretty close to each other. We're not seeing necessarily anyone pull out ahead. We're not necessarily seeing any stancing around the epic lane, but it does look like a lot of action happening around the mid lane. But they're going to get out just fine.
Bossman Jack tried to gank mid, but up on top side, Kodo Draco does land another Idol of Durand. The damage out of the passive is actually pretty intense from Galio's auto attacks. It's another one of those things that people just don't remember that it exists. But Lilia is on the way. Piano Bra is low. The Swirl Seed does land. Piano Bra is caught by the Idol of Durand, but Wazak does pick up the kill.
True damage is true damage, my friend. It just is not something that you're going to be able to avoid from that Lilia. Just getting caught a little bit too far forward. Kodo Draco has been very brave this game so far, which worked in his favor for getting that first kill. But unfortunately, if he continues at this pace, then the scary jungler and the Camille are just going to be too much. Pausing in the game, but we already have so much to talk about. It's honestly like a good moment to all pick ourselves up and move forward.
Absolutely. Of the lanes, did you think that top lane was going to have as much action as anywhere else on the map?
Honestly, yes. And what makes me say yes is we had a Maokai Camille last game, and it was just gank after fight after gank after fight. I think Piano Bro is just aggro. He is the red deck. He's playing goblins, and he is going face. And I kind of love it. Like he gets that. He loses first blood to his lane opponent, and then yet comes back and is able to close out basically a 1-for-1 trade immediately. And I think like Piano Bro is just in positions to punish people, and I think a champion like Camille on him is very, very strong for that.
Absolutely. And his debut, if I remember right, he got the pentakill on Jarvan in one of their games, and then really showed up on the... Oh, never mind, because Turmac is going to take all of his health with the ultimate there from Lemon. Lots and lots of damage. I see a pause there on the screen.
It looks like it. That's okay.
But I'm going to say that he dies here, that Lemon picks up that kill, but...
Very much so, because look at the level difference. He's just
here we
caught
go.
him at the wrong second. Bam.
There it was. Okay, finally. All right. Thank you, observers, for getting us back on track there. And, that is the one that surprises me. Sylas is strong, but you scale with your W a lot stronger later. So I wouldn't want to be going and fighting Lissandra. She has so much crowd control, and especially a level down. You do not win that. Death.
I-
Death gets the flank position. Miniature Hobbit is in some trouble, but instead Merlin Guy gets caught by the gank. That was gorgeous. Up on the top side, Piano Bra and Kodo Draco are still fighting, but I think that's all that's gonna be. But Kodo Draco should be careful. Wazak is up on the top side.
You can't feel safe around bot lane with Team Unknown. Like, there's always going to be like 4 people somehow, Schrodinger's cat in the jungle.
Kodo Draco is going to be caught. And there's another dodge with the Hextech ultimatum. Kodo Draco trying to deal the damage he can. He does go down. Piano Bra picks that one up. But now the roam from Lemon up toward the Grubs means Wazak needs to be careful.
I mean,
Lemon going to get some wards.
Possibly, honestly, these teams are kind of yin yang from each other. Where Team Unknown has these crazy ganks bot lane. Honestly, Royal Blue can't leave top lane alone. That Piano Bro just has this like aggression around him that is just exciting his jungler to bring Smite Steal from the Amumu to get that last grub. I don't remember exactly how that works as far as feats go. I don't know.
You need all 3 to count.
All 3.
Yeah.
Got it. So
they did stop.
Okay, and honestly, the feats have already gone over to the Team Unknown for the kill. So getting closer to that first turret or that.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, and he acknowledged that with his little emote. Oh, good man. I love our little tournament, but yeah, this is a very aggressive.
Termac just takes all of his health again. He's going in. But he hijacks the Glacial Prison, but it is not enough.
What?
Slayer is enough to flash forward into the prison. Lemon is on a killing spree, but Wazak is here as well. He's going to get a little bit of damage with the flower, but he will go down and shut down gold over to Wazak on the Lilia.
We said it wasn't enough, and yet Lilia showing up at the right time. I really think Lilia is a champion that scales much better than people give her credit. I've been playing a lot of Lilia myself. Shout out to Caden, my good friend, who was showing me to Lilia. But getting 2 kills on Lilia, getting 2 kills on Camille, I like this. Just kind of feels like a repeat of last game, where you might not be on Viego, but Lilia is still a terrifying champion when she get ahead.
Absolutely. And that's why the meta is that way, is these champions that can really run away with things. But that's a nice catch onto Miniature Hobbit. The ultimates are cast. Exhaust onto Miniature Hobbit as well. Another bandage toss will keep him locked down. He goes over the wall, and Flash from Death to try and keep him. Cosmic Radiance lands, and it does keep them safe. Merlin Guy's the next target, and that's a 2-for-0 trade for Team Unknown on the bottom side. Up on the middle by the Drake. Lemon is put to sleep. Termac helps get that kill. Wazak takes him down. Termac gets the kill on to Death and Kiroro. Free Bossman Jack is now getting a 1-for-2, and that's a triple kill for the Sylas. And that's what you wait for.
Wow. Okay, so Team Unknown getting the double kill, but then Sylas getting the triple kill is no joke. Sylas, who was not on the board up until this point, is now on the board. Taking some time to push, and again, like, all of these champions are champions that are scary. Getting a little bit of a lead is already terrifying enough, but Sylas getting 3 more kills is going to put him in a position where he can start to make plays. And Team Unknown, who had a very commanding presence of this early game, is starting to lose a 2K lead to Royal Blue.
Now Kodo Draco's in some trouble. He had the advantage at first, but now Piano Bro with that Sheen suddenly has a lot more damage than it feels like he should. And at, what is that? That says 0, but that can't be right. I'm going to say level 8. Level 8 on the, that's almost maxed Q, meaning you have so much extra true damage on that precision protocol that you're just going to break right through that poor Galio.
That champion, that quote-unquote support champion, hitting you with that execute level damage of Q on that Twitch. But yes, you're right with that Camille. A level 9 precision protocol is a very terrifying. Thank you, production, for showing the gold differences, as just Royal Blue has like slid them down engagement on Sylas and on the top lane at the same time.
Piano Bra is caught with the bandage toss. No Curse of the Sad Mummy to keep him in. Lemon does make it out in the mid lane. Kiroro might be the next target as Miniature Hobbit does find him, and they will collapse. That's another kill over to the side of Royal Blue Esports. Now 10 their name as they go for the Drake.
It's kind of crazy the timing. The Drake is not what you want to see with us this all. The first Drake going over to Team Unknown, but Royal Blue who's had a commanding presence is trying to get another epic monster, another engage on the bot lane.
Death is hit with 2 ultimates, no cleanse available, and he goes down pretty darn quickly. You might see his body twitch if you.
Yikes! It looks like otherwise we're gonna have an epic monster exchange. Goodness gracious, the dad jokes. But yes, here we are. Royal Blue is starting to take like a commanding lead. I like these guys are the mid game kings. It seems like that they're just playing for a very slow, very methodical objective.
It's reminiscent of the Fall Guys. If you remember back to how they were able to play, there were some really chaotic early games, and then suddenly they picked a couple objectives, they took a turret or two, and then they were out of control. And I do feel that with RBE right now, just like you were saying.
Yeah, seriously, and the aggression, it really does feel like another Fall Guys, and that's exciting to see a very aggressive top laner that won't be ignored. That top lane is not an island for me. I demand to be seen. And these high kills from the top lane and jungle match that aggression. However, I think Team Unknown is still in this. Oh man. Wait.
Does manage to get the stun. Kodo Draco does go down. Precision Protocol is very, very powerful. Lemon tries to jump away, but it does not have the range. He's trying to get to the Blast Cone. No, just tried. Oh, he saves himself with the Glacial Prison, and he survives the onslaught. Curse of the Sad Mummy is there. Lemon doesn't have a whole lot of. Never mind, he jumps in and gets the root, but gets ulted by Termac.
No.
And that's another kill. Rampage level for Wazak.
I'm telling you that the second the Sylas was on the board was a really terrifying thing because suddenly he can make decisions. Oh man. Okay. There's a Twitch mid lane.
Isn't that one of the most frustrating things? You're just like, where did you come from?
Yeah, seriously. Oh, right. Your champion can just do that. I can just choose where I am. Now, they do lose a couple of plates, of course, in bot lane, which is not nothing, but at the same time, getting kills on your carry is a nice thing to have. It's Seraphine is able to, of course, push champion because she was
going over the wall. They get the ultimates from Miniature Hobbit and Merlin Guy. Bossman Jack is here. Conflict Radiance has gone down. They are invincible for now. Miniature Hobbit is the next target. Oh, but the wall, he jumps over the wall. Kodo Draco jumps forward with the Justice Punch, and they pick up the kill. Death gets that one. Lemon, following Merlin Guy, gets exhausted and rooted, but Team Unknown do pick up a kill back.
That is an interesting little interaction with Seraphine. Seraphine able to root and then stun if someone was already slowed, and that person happened to be exhausted, so getting stunned with the Lysandra to make that clean escape, pretty nice. But yeah, this has been a very kind of a lopsided game. I used the term yin and yang before, but it really feels like there's the power top side and the power bot side, and it's going to be who has enough. Is it going to be the picks that Camille can make from these crazy long ranges on Royal Blue, or is it going to be the bot lane powerhouses?
Wazak might be caught here, hit with the ultimate. Termac does get the Cosmic Radiance and makes himself invulnerable, but does not save Wazak. He jumps out and is not killed yet. Bandage Toss will get Termac. He jumps away with the Proto Belt, but that was quite the set of exchanges there.
Seriously, but we're not seeing too much headway, I'm saying that a lot, but Royal Blue is able to start to pull away with this money lead that large bounties on the Camille and their jungler, and it's going to be a matter of like decision points for Team Unknown to be able to respond to this. I feel like Twitch is a powerhouse right now, just finishing his call as I say that, but I don't know if he's enough of a powerhouse right now. He's been locked to the bot lane, and all of the action is starting to happen around the top lane. And
Lemon, he's underneath the turret. He gets rooted, but it is so close.
Oh man,
Termac makes it out.
Yeah, it's terrifying. So I think we're at a point where Team Unknown needs to make some hard decisions. Maybe lose that bot tower. Maybe figure out what's next. Now, feats have not been claimed by either team yet. So we're looking at these epic monsters to figure out who can get the next two, and Dragon is spawning soon. So
actually, Team Unknown only needs one.
Do they only
Yeah, they got the second set of grubs and a Drake. So they only need one. They need one Drake or the Rift Herald, and then they get the feats.
You're absolutely right. So that's a big deal for Team Unknown. However, it doesn't look like they have the map presence right now. So it's a matter of, this like suffocation. I used this for last game.
Oh, that was actually crazy. The timing on all that was bananas, and Piano Bread goes down.
Piano Bread trying to dodge out a lot of that damage, but Kodo Draco perfectly spacing it such that he can punish that wild engage from Camille. Very, very good. That's a lot of money in his
Bossman
pocket.
Jack sets up another play. Wazak is the target. He gets hit with so much crowd control. He's still alive because of the passive. It's not enough. Kiroro throws down the Cosmic Radiance, saves his teammates. They go on to Termac. He is down, and this is the play you were talking about. Team Unknown pick up 3-0. It might be 4. Death is on the chase. Miniature Hobbit going for the execute. It's not enough. Death on a rampage, and this will open up the Drake.
This will open up the Drake if they can secure it in time. We've got enough spawns to come in that Team Unknown might hesitate to actually take this Drake. It does look like the Twitch is looking at it, but honestly is hesitating enough that I don't think that they'll be able to take this Drake and claim the feats.
Yeah, not with Camille alive.
Right, and that's dangerous. Like this is the powerhouse of their top lane. Is like it's enough that they have to hesitate to taking feats, which is a big deal. But I think that's a smart play because Twitch can't afford to lose his shutdown gold at this time. He needs to stay in the game. 6-2, so it's just a matter of making sure that the gold stays in Team Unknown's pockets and not Royal Blue's pockets. They did get a lot from that fight though. As they start the Drake, the timer is started for the other team. Team Unknown wisely responding to their ward going down.
I think you just go get Rift Herald instead. Never mind, you kill Seraphine. Because Merlin guy is caught, absolutely. They didn't even use ultimates for that. That was all just standard abilities, and without the Seraphine power, I think you're a lot more confident if you're Team Unknown. Cosmic Radiance is available, but Kiroro's in some trouble. Caught in the Hextech Ultimatum. Dazzle will stop Piano Breath for now. Flash away while exhausted. Termac on the backside gets a Galio ultimate, but it won't save him. Piano Breath is killed as well. That's a double kill for Death. Miniature Hobbit is the next target. Justice Punch will land. Death underneath the turret gets the triple kill, and Team Unknown have brought it back. Bossman Jack needs just a little bit of health. They want to go in. He's still alive. Do they take away Red? Team gets the Drake, but Lilia goes down, and that is a Team Unknown positive play in every sense.
Yeah, seriously, and they don't even lose. I'm trying to look at their. Yeah, they don't even lose the feats to that. They still have another opportunity with the Rift Herald, like you were talking about. Both junglers are down, so both teams are kind of hesitating to do that coin flip. But seriously, like this is the powerhouse of Team Unknown, and gold is locked up. They were on a 5K gold lead for Royal Blue, but Team Unknown with the power of friendship, looking like a Care Bear episode, is just able to unite together and win those team fights. Absolutely love it. This is what we watch Team Unknown for. This is what we watch Royal Blue for. This is a game, ladies and gentlemen. We are 20 minutes in, and everything is tied up. I love it.
The crazy thing is, if you look at it, we are almost a kill a minute per team right now.
It's so true.
It's PLC at its peak, and it will. Honestly, I hope it never changes. Let's be real.
Well, let's be real. It's just more exciting than a game where you have to fill the air. But yeah. So one thing I want to point out is that all the kills are on Twitch right now, which is a great thing. He's a hyper carry. And on the Royal Blue side of things, they have kills that are very, very much spread out, which is good because they have characters that don't hyper carry as much but need that gold. So both teams are in a place of power, are both playing to their strengths. So now it's a matter of which team can play stronger to their strengths. We're seeing a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fights around trying to poke out, trying to see what they can get safely. Honestly, right now, Rift Herald is kind of open if they want to get those feats, but they'll lose a lot of progress on the bot tower, which is why we're seeing hesitation from Team Unknown as they are kind of pushing up more and more. these like go chess strategies.
To your point about playing to their strengths, I think Team Unknown did draft the better team fight composition. Oh, never mind. Zeri is caught. Zeri is caught. That's 10 health. Does make it out alive. Never mind. Death is legendary because he flashes over the wall. Merlin guy is going to be the next target, but Death is put to sleep by Wazak. That's shut down gold to Wazak. Curse of the Sad Mummy will lock some people down. In comes the Galio. That's huge amounts of damage and crowd control. Cosmic Radiance is in. Turmac is the only survivor. He's underneath the turret, but he goes back in because of the abduct. And they are fighting up on the top side. Pianobra is there in a 1v4. He is still alive. He gets one kill and jumps over the wall. Kodo Draco and Lemon decide they don't want to continue the fight, but that was just, it was so much more than it needed to be.
And it's so exciting, it's so cool, but it was such the wrong play for Team Unknown, who just gave so much gold to the enemy team when Twitch died. That is a 800 gold kill for the person who killed Twitch, let alone the assist gold. So, suddenly Royal Blue, even though they're technically lower on kills, is 2.3k gold ahead now. Just a very, very tragic, exciting play for Twitch flashing forward, but ultimately too risky when all of your pressure is on one head.
Absolutely. And what we need to see is Team Unknown playing a little bit more for the map. The point I was going to make was, to their strengths, Team Unknown has a team fighting composition, yes. But that means that they're not as good at taking the turrets, as putting pressure on the map. Because look, all three of the outer turrets, gone for Team Unknown. All three of the outer turrets standing for Royal Blue.
That's a lot of money, let alone the plates, let alone the map pressure. Because we're playing so much for these epic monsters to get that last feat. Which, by the way, guys, we're at 23 minutes and we still have not claimed feats just because of how tense things are on these team fights. But yeah, here we are, and it's things are looking one way, looking at the other, but ultimately Team Unknown has not been able to pull ahead in the lead since the beginning of the game.
Lemon might be in some trouble. Pianobar wants to go in, gets the Hextech ultimatum, but underneath the turret with Lissandra's ultimate available, not the right place to be. So that turns into nothing. But what this does do is it gives RBE a chance to go up for that Rift Herald if they want it.
Right, or the Otacon that is now up. Otacon counts as an epic monster. It just doesn't.
That is true.
Come for the feats that much. But this is where we're at.
Catch on the Wazak. Curse of the Sad Mummy gives Death free time. He picks it up. Miniature Hobbit is the next one, but that's another kill. That's 2 for Death, and this just might be feats for Team Unknown. The jungler and the marksman both taken out very, very quickly.
The Camille is pushing that bot lane really quickly. They might get this dragon, they might get the feats, but they're not going to get it cheap. That Camille could very much push down that bot lane turret if Galio is not able to push her out. Galio recalling to do so. Half health already gone, and Camille is just like, I don't care.
You gotta clear the wave, guys. Lesson learned here. Kodo Draco can duel Pianobra underneath his turret, or he can clear the wave and save the turret. And
Pianobra is going to kill him anyways.
Picks up the kill, 447. That's shutdown gold given over to Pianobra.
That's terrifying. Pianobra is someone who knows how to pilot, who knows how to get that. So suddenly we have the feats going over to Team Unknown, which is a significant amount of stuff. However, I still think Royal Blue is coming out on top of this, getting that map pressure, exposing the inhibitor, and then getting a shutdown on a champion that is able to make those big plays. Just a very difficult lesson to learn. Very much so. Otacon will be going over.
Otacon is going to be taken.
Yeah,
but
to Royal Blue.
On the bottom side, do we see the full collapse? Four members of Team Unknown going against Pianobra here?
I wonder if this is even like a bad thing to expose the inhibitor like they did.
Here they come. Pianobra goes into the Hextech ultimatum, jumps out, and gets hit with all of the crowd control. I am pretty sure that crowd isn't even the right word. That was world control that got thrown out onto Pianobra there. But mid lane turret has been taken, and the rest of the team, because the Camille is dead for 30 seconds, I think this is a pretty smart play. Baron has spawned, they have pressure in mid, and They may not know it, but Zeri and Silas are both backing. Zeri does stay, but
There you
Death
go.
is so fed, they are going for the Baron.
I think this is a risky play, considering this is the only time that they can do that. Super minions will start pushing on the bot lane, so if they don't get it here,
Oh, but the
then Red
sleep.
Team will absolutely get it.
Wazak gets the sleep. Free boss man Jack gets hit with the Cosmic Radiance, saves him. Death going against Miniature Hobbit. Does not get the kill. Merlin guy caught on the backside by Lemon. Blast cone for Kiroro. Free boss man Jack is still alive, but only just. Miniature Hobbit is the next target. He gets caught with the Justice Punch and killed by Kodo Draco.
Teleport going bot.
Up on the top side by the Baron. Termac is how you say that. Going in on Team Unknown. Kodo Draco wants to go forward. Termac gets locked in. Death is still here. He's backing. He's staying into the back. Termac gets hit with the stun. Lemon gets the Zonias. And the fight is still going. Dazzle onto Waza. Kiroro is still alive, but
Oh.
only just barely.
Kills them
Termac
both.
gets hit. He's still alive as well. Killed underneath the turret. Wazak is going to be slowed down with the Frozen Thrall, but Merlin guy gets the kill too. Death gets a kill onto Piano Bread. There is so much going on.
Wow, what a macro play. This is something that, like, you could pull this story back, from a couple minutes ago. On the side, on the mini-map, for those who weren't watching as much, Camille teleported to the bot lane, forcing these recalls from the Baron, and suddenly, this is the only time we have to do Baron, became this trap card where Camille was pressuring the end of the game, kills both the people that responded to her, and no one else was able to respond because they were stopping the backs. And frankly, if they could stop backs even more, they would have ended the game right there, because Camille has that push power, has that ability to 1v1 just about anyone under their tower. Camille, of course, ended up dying for it, but it's this I have a powerhouse, I have this trap guard, and I will eat whoever comes to me. And you are forced to play around my decisions, and that's just the presence that Royal Blue brings. While Team Unknown has this team fight ability, I don't think that they're in the driver's seat. They're forced to play this reactionary game that Royal Blue is just driving them forward. Now, I do think that Royal Blue tends to overstay and tends to have these decisions that are punishable. However, it's always been them that is choosing where things are happening and where things are going. And Team Unknown needs to get something so that they can switch it up and either take the driver's seat for themselves or get a reaction response to be able to close out the game. You mentioned earlier that that no turrets had gone before. Now we only have one turret before, and we have a Nexus turrets that are exposed. That at any point, if they try to extend too far to get Drakes or to get Baron, they have to worry about a teleport that's coming from either Silas or Camille to the bot lane, and suddenly Team Unknown doesn't make decisions anymore. Pretty crazy.
And Jag wants to go on to Piano Bro, but he dodges it out. On the bottom side, Kodo Draco is fighting against Waza. Kiroro joins him, tries to land the Dazzle. Termac has joined the spray as well. It's a 2v2, but it is in favor of RBE.
Yeah, beautifully piloted by the Lilia there.
Lemon underneath the turret with Piano Bra. He's out of escape tools.
Wow.
No Zonias, no W, and Piano Bra gets yet another kill.
No life either, as he goes back to the gray screen. A dragon going over to Royal Blue as they're defending their base. An absolute powerhouse from Royal Blue so far. Dragons are 2-2, so it's not necessarily the most impactful thing on the game, but what is impactful is the fact that Team Unknown has to stand in base while they are looking at doing Baron. There is a super minion that is knocking on the door of their base, so if they respond to this Baron, their time is limited to even respond.
Unless they get the steal, in which
Unless
case
they get the steal.
Yeah, but they can't. It's gone. Merlin guy is caught. They are going to take at least one of those buffs away. In goes the Cosmic Radiance, meaning that everyone is invulnerable, but the knock-up from the Galio ultimate does not land on anyone. The flash forward to get the stuns. Wazag is the next target. He is invulnerable at the moment, but will he go down? He's alive for now. Pianobra wants to go in onto Death, cannot find him. Pianobra is still alive. He goes down to Death. Wazog and Miniature Hobbit are running away. Team Unknown on the chase. In goes Lemon on the Lysandra. Termac gets stunned. Double kill for the Twitch. Termac goes down, and that's 4 Baron buffs taken off the field by Team Unknown.
Wow, very good response. I honestly did not expect. I knew that their team fight ability was strong, but did not respect just how strong it
tracking
was. Yeah, the hunt is on. You can feel the Rengar eyes on the back of the Zeri's head, but unfortunately they don't have that buff to know exactly where they are. Baron recall will allow her to get back, and they still have a Baron at all this. Now, take a note of the gold lead. Even after all of that, because of the Baron play, because of the difficulty in responses, even though Team Unknown has mitigated that threat, does not give them any sort of advantage. They're still behind on gold. They still can't really take a turret because they're pushing for, and they have to worry about this Zeri, who has the buff on them, the Baron buff on them. So, you know, again, Team Unknown is really just kind of trying to pick themselves up, trying to put out wards, get the gold that they can, and then wait for Royal Blue's next play. Which is really unfortunate for a playmaking team like Team Unknown. They're just kind of not in the driver's seat.
I was reminded by the chat that we actually have a graphic that tells us how far ahead everyone is.
Yeah, up at the top.
Oh, not even at the top. It's in the center.
Oh yeah, certainly about which lane is
which lane is ahead. And the top lane lead is neutralized by the bottom lane lead, but then it's in the jungle that is the big swing.
Right.
5,000 gold.
Yeah, it's very significant. And I want to throw again that Lilia is that champion that is making the difference. Is as impactful as Amumu is, as great as his ult is, I think Lilia is as impactful, if not more, because she has such a lead right now. And you're right, you know, but I also don't think that one for one Twitch and Camille are arguable, because Twitch has not been given the opportunity to spray and pray as much, to have these nice clean team fights. I think this has been a game of macro, and Royal Blue has been showing that their macro is very, very good.
Agreed. Inhibitor should be Oh, there is the timer. Okay. Why does that feel like it was way longer than it should be? Has it only been 2.5 minutes since they took that inhibitor?
I think they took it again. I
would
wasn't
had
watching.
to.
Yeah, and that's the danger of super minions is like I'm pretty sure, and now correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure the inhibitor came up and then the super minion just took it right back down because they do so much damage. Now I could be wrong, but we've had a lot of excitement to distract me, but yeah, every single time Team Unknown has had to respond to Baron to prevent the game from ending, they've also had to worry about these super minions that, you know, if these super minions were coming from something like top lane, mid lane, where they could respond quicker to Baron plays, then that wouldn't be nearly as bad. But they that's not where the pressure is. The pressure is bot lane, and it just takes that much longer to respond to.
So here's the trick, everybody. If you have to pick a lane to open up, pick bottom lane, because everything important is up on the top.
Well, and you want to pick it away from the epic monster. So if you're fighting for Elder Drake, pick the top lane, and or fighting for Soul, you know, pick the top lane. And frankly, like, every lane to open up is a good lane, but it is justificating, and I think that's what Royal Blue really is for me, is just this team that just makes you like gasp for air, because they are just squeezing the life out of you over and over and over again. Team Unknown is just desperate to show that they're as strong as they really are. We've seen Team Unknown be strong, and yet they're playing very reactionary, just trying to survive. I really don't think that there's necessarily scaling on either team to say, oh, it's inevitable one way or another. So it really is a matter of who can make the better macro play. Yeah.
We are 35 minutes into this game. 56 kills. The difference is about 5,000, and the turrets difference is the biggest disparity here on these teams. Kiroro has jumped forward to help Kodo Draco flash forward from Bossman Jack. The Curse of the Sad Mummy did go out, but it did not land. Wazak is still alive. He flashed away from the Amumu ultimate, by the way. That's how that worked out. And now they are pressuring on the top side, while Pianobra wants to be on the bottom to take that inhibitor. Kiroro throws out the Cosmic Radiance. Bossman Jack jumps in onto Wazak. Teleport
Camille's
coming in
bot.
from Sandra. Camille is bot, and the rest of Team Unknown is up on the top side. Death gets the first kill onto Miniature Hobbit. Shut down there. Termac takes him down. The rest of Team Unknown can't handle it. Lemon is the last one alive. Caught with the Hextech ultimatum, and that will be it. Royal Blue Esports pick up the ace, and for the next 33 seconds are alone with the base.
And honestly, I think the reaction is correct. I think they have enough to just end the game. Not opting to do the Baron. Now, Team Unknown might be alive just enough to see the Nexus lose its turrets and respond, but I don't think it'll be enough. I think this is the end of our semifinals, and I think Royal Blue will have a very commanding win of this game.
A beautiful display of talent from both teams. The ultimate winner, though, Royal Blue Esports with the macro mastery over the team fight composition of Team Unknown. What a crazy set of events. I'm surprised I was able to even get out what I was able to get out.
100%. Yeah, a very crazy game. I think you got to take the Camille away from Pianobra, but regardless, very, very well played from both teams. And we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the finals for the Progenitor League Circuit March tournament. We are very excited to be here. I am Juhadre, and that is VG Shazbot.
I'm absolutely so hyped for this. I love what's been going on so far. I just think like these games are like so exciting. I'm next up is Washed Up OGs in our final versus Royal Blue, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, it is. And you know, Shazbot, I don't know if you were doing this on purpose to see if chat would notice, but did you change your shirt again?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay. And there it is. All right, everybody. Our finals are on the way. This will be game number 5 of the day, and this will be the first repeat win for one of our two teams. Now, pardon me.
Are you okay there?
Yeah, I am okay. I'm good.
Great.
We've seen a lot of Royal Blue today. We saw one game of Washed Up OGs, and you know, I'm going to admit it. When we were told who was coming in, all of us were like, wait, they beat Dirty Dogs? And now this is not to discourage the Washed Up OGs, but Dirty Dogs went 3-0 and they looked really, really strong. So it's a pleasant surprise. And will Washed Up OGs be the team to dethrone Royal Blue, who are our current reigning champions?
I think it's absolutely incredible that we have back and forth in our tourneys. I believe at the start you were talking about just how many returning champions we had in this tournament, and how cool it is that we can have some back and forth. And it's true. Like, I love the identities that we have for each of these. We just have these absolute mammoths coming slugging at each other, and it's I don't know Washed Up OGs as well as I do know Royal Blue, because I've watched them for the past 2 games, and so I'm excited to see how Washed Up OGs will respond to the macro plays, the suffocation that Royal Blue is known for.
But we do know that the Washed Up OGs came into play. There was some friendly banter in the general chat in the Discord where Valentine even asked if Silver Smashers were going to be here or not. And he said he wanted revenge. So that means Silver Smashers are our reigning champions. So my apologies. Royal Blue was the time before. That's my fault. So please forgive me for that. But we know that Valentine and his boys are ready to come in here. They're ready to start swinging. And so once we have the draft available, we will get that started, everybody, because we know you are just as excited as we are to see how well this goes for either team. Now, the top side of the map is the focus of Royal Blue. Their top laner and their jungler. That's where their advantages have been coming from. Washed Up OGs, it's the bottom side. So it's this kind of rip, similar to how it was with Team Unknown, and we're going to see which side comes out victorious as draft has begun.
I'm so excited. I loved the kind of yin and yang pull from the Team Unknown versus the Royal Blue. Royal Blue, who has been rocking that red team. I've had many of my teammates say, don't take red team, it's the weaker side. And I don't think Royal Blue has got that message, because they're not only taking red side, but they're winning with it. Get that red. But anyways, I just and immediately, thank you. Someone's been listening to me. Camille ban right away.
Now, that surprises me. The Viego ban on the side of Royal Blue. That means that Snowdown must be a Viego player as well. And I almost said red. That's not right. Royal Blue also. Could you imagine? So Royal Blue Esports is a group of players from the college BYU in Utah, and their college rival is the University of Utah, who is red. So if I called them the red, like, it just, and like, I'm from that region. I'm from
so
that
rivalry.
Oh my gosh, yes. In fact, and I hope this doesn't come across in my casting, but I can't really bring myself to root for a BYU team. I like Piano Bra. I like the guys. I think they're great, but I don't know that I could ever root for
But there's no denying
team
that
from
they're on a roll. And
they're great.
They're good people.
They're honorable
Yeah.
and they're great.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just rising through it like they've got yeast in them. It's pretty crazy. But anyways, we've got some great support bands in there. Another Lilia band I think I really, really respect. I appreciate it very, very much. So now, like, man, it's the anticipation of who the first pick is going to be, because Royal Blue has shown that they are very good at their response game on playing. So whatever they lock in first, the Xayah. Okay. All right.
So I like this because it's what we saw Valentine play earlier. Remember, it was him with the no, it wasn't. Who did we see play the Xayah? Because it was the Lovers Lane. It was the Dirty Dogs. The Dirty Dogs played it.
Dirty Dogs played it.
Yeah, that's right. That's my bad.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
But
all good.
I like the answer immediately. The answer from Royal Blue, another hyper carry in the Jinx, and one of the best supports to keep her alive in Melio.
I like legitimately these Royal Blue has to have either so much experience in drafting or they've practiced it, because this is like exactly what I want to see. Now Blue team has to blind pick another champion that Royal Blue can just build the team around. I love this. Picking a Nautilus into Melio. Melio's like, great, I've got a cleanse, dude. Your entire identity is what I've built around. So this is pretty great.
Pretty great, but not as great as this. Shazbot, are you reading the chat?
I
right
am
now?
reading the chat. You're getting baked out there.
It's not about me. CG Moore says the ADC for the OGs and the top lane for RBE are cousins. It's a family rivalry on top of everything else, and it runs deeper than we know.
Okay, all right. So
I
does that
am
mean,
so pleased.
are we gonna get a lot of begging for ganks for these cousins? Like, I wonder. It's gonna be. I'm very excited about this. This is pretty good. Oh man.
Excuse me. Here's gonna be the interesting. If CG Moore is trolling us, like that would be even better. But
What a
have
great
no idea.
narrative if that's the case. He's baking over there. Okay, no, Coda Draco vouches for
All
it.
right, there it is. We got it. Oh
Fantastic.
my gosh, I love that so much.
All right.
You know that this is gonna come up at Thanksgiving. Hey, remember that one time when you lost?
Oh man. Well,
Oh,
that's okay.
that's
You guys
so
can come
good.
back and have a nice little rivalry. Anyways, we have a draft going on.
Nah. It's the pivot here is one of my favorite things to think about. When you know what they have in a lane, typically you want to answer it, because then you're not showing anything else in your draft. So picking the Ornn by Termac is very interesting to me instead of locking in a jungler. I'm pretty sure that Miniature Hobbit is going to lock in their jungler, so then they get the full counter pick on their mid laner, and that's fine. But why not start with the jungler? I don't know.
It's a tough one because your jungler is talking about the pace of your game, right? The amount of ganks, the amount of impact, your team fight ability is set by your jungler. Picking a Warwick means that you're going to have like more aggression. Picking a Nocturne means that you're able to basically make every single squishy your objective now. You're either going to lose the squishy to a Nocturne jumping and getting across the map, or you're going to lose the game. So picking a jungle early is like picking a theme. For those familiar with like Magic the Gathering, announcing that you're a black player may not necessarily say how fast you're playing or invite any counter picks, but it does tell the other player what kind of a deck you're going to be playing.
Okay. I can see that. And speaking of, go ahead, go.
You're good. And I was just saying, in the case of Nocturne, which is what we have, we're going to have like a Taget and Baguette team. So
Graves is locked in on the side of Royal Blue, and that's a lot of physical damage coming out of side of Royal Blue. So their mid laner is probably going to be a mage of some kind, needs to do well into Victor, as that is locked in for Low the Man. And I like that. It's a scaling pick It has good wave clear, helps set up the builds or the plays rather for the Nocturne, giving the space that it needs. So what's the answer here? Part of me says Azir. I think Aurora is an okay pick.
I
Mel
can
is
see that.
available.
Mel is available. I struggle with all of these champions that don't have movement. I like the Azir pick because we have a Nautilus, we have a Nocturne, Zac. There's a lot of CC on the side of Washed Up OGs. They have a very dense play, but there it is. There's the Mel, and do your victory lap.
All right. Now, Ramen will be happy because at the very top of the show, he did say that he was looking forward to seeing a Mel. And thank you, RBE. I don't know if that was because I said something or because it actually fit with your plan. Regardless, I like the pick. I think Mel is a very fun champion. She has a unique interaction with the way her ultimate works and getting those stacks and knowing when to use your W, when not to, and how to apply your stacks so your ultimate does maximum damage is a lot of fun. And I love watching it happen.
And I love the thing that you did not mention, the thing that the league community as a whole was mentioning and freaking out about was what they reflect. I look at that team and I say, the only thing that she could reflect is like a Nautilus hook, which she doesn't want to reflect. But what she can do is stack out these absolutely beefy champions, Zac and Nautilus, or these champions that are coming to her and blow them up because she has a very powerful passive.
Right. The other fun thing is her W gives her movement speed. It's decaying. It's really short.
And makes her invincible. Yeah, it's a good ability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it will help with chases. It will help with escapes. It will help with a lot of other things. And so the champion is just very well rounded. And that's what makes her so exciting. But on the other side, I think Victor is another one of those really well rounded champions. You got a lot of burst damage with the Arcane Storm and the laser. You have damage over time. You have your crowd control with the Gravity Well. You have a shield and movement speed from your Siphon Power. I think Victor's another very nuanced, very exciting champion to watch.
He's a very dense champion. Like he's got decent to fairly annoying poke. But I think when it comes to a team fight, like both of these teams have a very powerful presence. None of these are going to make crazy flashy. We're not going to see any insects. We're not going to see any like Zed plays. And yet I don't think that it's going to lessen the excitement of this game at all because each of these champions has the ability to sway a team fight either way. And I'm talking every single champion. Milio can cleanse the entire team of crazy CC. Ornn is Ornn with his ultimate. Nautilus can knock up 3-4 people with his ultimate. Zac can make a play from anywhere. I think each agent, every single champion on this team has the ability to sway the game, and I'm so here for it.
Absolutely. I'm curious about the Zac top against Ornn in particular. There's not a lot of kill threat on either side. Like Ornn deals a lot of damage, yes, but Zac heals so much and has great escape tools. So, all right, here's going to be a fun interaction.
Okay.
Bellow's Breath, Ornn's W makes him unstoppable.
I think they removed that.
Did they?
Oh yeah, a long time ago.
No.
Ornn's very strong.
No, they didn't. Did they take that away, Chad?
Pull up the wiki. Anyways, but
regardless,
now, the healing for Zac is not necessarily something that I also think is going to worry because they made a change for lane Zac a long time ago when he first came out that the blobs move way closer to the enemy champion so that they can step on it. So lane Zac is always an awkward one, which I think is a good read. At the same time, because of how Ornn plays, I think his Q, the elastic arm thing, I don't know the names of the abilities as well, I'm outing myself, is still a very good trade tool, and I'm excited to see it. I don't think we're going to see kills, but I think we are going to see a slugfest up in top.
Absolutely. They both want to be stacking the grasp, and I'm willing to bet money that Zac builds Heartsteel. Let's be real. He gained so much benefit from having extra health, but we will see. We are on the Rift for our finals, ladies and gentlemen, and void creatures, as Shazbot put it at the beginning. We are on the Rift. This is it. This is the last game of the March PLC tournament. Let's see the love in our chat for who you think is going to win, RBE or WOG. Shazbot, I'm ecstatic.
I'm so excited too. I think both teams have a good reason to take home the trophy. Both teams have had a loss under their belt, but have managed to claw their way back to the finals. I think this is just going to be a good game. I'm very excited.
You know, we say that, and then it's the most boring beginning of the day.
No. This is anticipatory. This is both armies on the other side of the hill. They're sounding their horns. They're riling themselves up. We don't need any tricksy assassins or all that. In fact, both teams have picked basically no assassins with the exception of kind of Nocturne, but I would not put him. He's no Talon. So we're going to see like a big, chunky season 1 style game where we're just going to slug it out, and I'm so here for it.
So, how would you, especially with the lethal tempo there, how would you classify the Nocturne? Never mind. Yeah, we're okay. There's no root collar.
I would classify him as a fighter. I think he gets in and he's sticky, but he is not someone who blows you up. I think he's just someone who fights you until you die. Just doesn't have enough time to kill to consider him assassin. I think he's a pseudo assassin for sure. But yes, also I looked it up. The Ornn becomes displacement immune, which is kind of like unstoppable. So we were both right.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about was
now
the elastic slingshot and the stretching strike both are great tools for peel and damage and setup and everything that Zach has. How many times are we going to see that nullified by the use of the Bellows Breath?
Right. That's just, it's going to be a big deal. And I think being able to cast it without any windup, without any notice is going to be a lot of skill expression on the side of Ornn. It's an awkward lane for Zach either way, but honestly, if he can just kind of exist for long enough, not fall too far behind, then he's going to be a big presence in teamfight. He's frankly doing the Ornn playstyle, just even more Ornn-like than Ornn, where he's just waiting for lane phase to end.
We always need to talk about how scaling with Ornn is a strategy. Eventually, you do get the masterwork items, and they are worth thousands of gold of stats. And so, Piano Bro, RBE, their team, they want to just hang out. If they don't win the early game, just like before, they know exactly what they need to do, and that is wait, especially because Jinx also... Oh, there it is. That was the one. Did you see
he
it?
He did it again.
He did it.
Twice in the same clip. It's been pretty crazy.
Here. No kill threat. There really isn't any kill threat, so I won't interrupt you again up on top.
You're all great. There's a lot to talk about in all this because I'm now realizing my brain is catching up with my mouth and realizing that this is Piano Bruh, the aggressive extraordinaire person on one of the slowest and most patient top laners that we could have. And I'm here for it. I mean, like, good for him to be able to go out of this play style. I think it shows that Royal Blue's ability to take things seriously, to not lose in the finals, or for silly reasons. So we'll see if we still see that personality of Piano Bruh of this extreme aggression. But yeah, I'm very much here for it. We're gonna have kind of a slow game. There's gonna be a lot of air to fill from us because I don't think that any of these champions are under a lot of threat until level 6. I think Graves can gank. I think Nocturne can walk at someone, but I think until Nocturne has his ultimate, until someone gets to half health, no one is really at risk. We're just going to see a lot of emotes, and we're going to see a lot of narrative going back and forth. Nautilus coming in, taking that flash.
I like that flash.
Mm-hmm.
For the same reason that you already brought up, you don't want to reflect that because then it pulls Nautilus back to you.
Exactly. It's just as bad as getting landed by it. So Man, it's so funny to see the community freak out about a new mechanic. You don't pick Yasuo because he can follow up on knockups. See, just this pillow fight top lane. Man, Zach certainly lost 200 health in that fight.
Collapses here, though. That is 4 members of Washed Up OGs coming in. Merlin Guy is going to be the first target. He's caught first. And first blood over to Valentine. Miniature Hobbit is the next one. He is killed. Valentine picks that one up as well. That's a double for him. And Wazak has to get out of there.
Okay, all right. Washed Up OGs, I see you. That was a very clean, very patient kill. And Zach passive popped there.
Oh,
the
boy.
orb pop in the
Yano,
ultimate.
bruh,
Is that going to be
underneath
enough?
the Nice! He died with that ultimate! Oh, no! Excuse me.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we all need a moment to recover after that, but
Rest in
Zach
peace,
being able to
Yano, bruh.
farm up after that. Oh no! Oh, he had the Cynthia as well to do a little bit of damage and ensure
my
that he gets that
gosh.
kill. Wow.
I'm pretty sure. So listen, Comet Crash is our live tweeter, and he has made some doozies, some great posts.
Yeah,
That right there is gonna be clipped.
I'm 100%. And
The fact that you and I could not even bring ourselves to speak words. Oh gosh.
it's such a
gonna be
tragedy. Honestly, though, like we're as surprised as we are to see a kill up there at all. It's just not the way we thought it would go. Oh, a
There's
gank on
gank
mid
there
lane.
onto Wazak. Low, the man does flash away. Wazak is caught in the snare, actually, and Elite Madlife picks up the first kill. Wazak has to flash away, but that's extra movement speed from Snowdown Arcade. Ooh, but the Rift
Ooh.
Scuddler gets him movement speed, flash forward to the auto attack, and Snowdown picks up a kill.
Watch out,
Danobra
OG.
versus Okuno.
Yeah,
And there it is.
we're gonna see top lane fights top lane. It's just gonna be our norm. But the patience that Washed Up OGs has, Nocturne has not used his ultimate to gank. In fact, he used it to respond from his farming state. So what a great play from them to just very patiently wait out and respond to what looked like an unfavorable position for Washed Up OG. Just turned out to be a great bait. 5-0 on the side of Washed Up OGs, playing very well.
Oh! Wazak jumps over the wall, grabs the first grub. His team shows up, and they kill the Nocturne. This is the type of stuff. It's so casual. Like, it's a big deal, but it was so casually done. He's just like, hey, that's mine, by the way.
Yeah, it happened so suddenly. There's no reaction. There's no. Yeah, this is a finals, ladies and gentlemen, and Void creatures. I really am excited to see all this. We're seeing the Ornn come out top lane.
Wazak against Low the Man. Got the Arcane Storm blasting him with the Death Ray. And again, it's just fight after fight as we have come to love and appreciate here. Nice route there onto Miniature Hobbit, but Valentine, it cannot do quite enough damage. Termac has shown up. Valentine goes into the ultimate. No root collar quite yet. It's not available, but the shutdown gold goes over to Termac, and Miniature Hobbit helps secure the second.
Mel 3-1 is a scary position. I like that she was in position where she was. Victor had been fighting just before that, so Mel kind of had that free roam. Nocturne coming in though.
Goes on to Miniature Hobbit. He's going to pick up one. Merlin Guy tried to get the save, and it's not enough. That's a double kill immediately. Answer for Snowdown, and that's what you want to see if you're a Washed Up OG fan.
Yeah, honestly, Mel getting on the board, Mel getting out in time, but at the same time, it seems like Royal Blue, as soon as they get any amount of distance, Washed Up OG is there to respond to it. So this is going to be the kind of slugfest that we're going to see back and forth. But certainly it's already becoming a game. Man, right now Graves is not feeling very good. You know, getting shut down like he has been so far. Like this is a position to be kind of looking at the map. I've been told before. Ooh, a little bit of
Oh, the
engage
man
here. That'll
almost
wait.
gets caught with the root. That was very close. Elite Madlife is there to keep him out, or to keep him safe, rather. But nice backstop by Termac.
Yeah, so I was told before that League is a turn-based game. That League is all about what play are you going to make next turn, 30 seconds from now, 60 seconds from now? And so being able to sit here and have these kind of less exciting fights, but then suddenly looking at the macro, Victor is fighting top side, so now I can get a double kill bot side, but then Nocturne can respond to that. It's kind of exciting to see these macro plays, and Washed Up OGs are showing that they have that ability, that they have that kind of macro. We're seeing them keep that solid 2.3k gold lead on their side, and every single arrow is pointing on the side of Washed Up OGs. If you're looking at that bottom graphic like we were seeing last game, very much a scary position to be in if you are a Royal Blue fan.
Speaking of scary, Nocturne with his item finished at 11 minutes. He's one of those champions we've been talking about today, like Riven, who if you don't get ahead, you're borderline useless. This champion right now is not borderline useless. He's gonna get that ultimate on you. He's gonna get that slow. He's gonna stick to you, and it's gonna be just as terrifying as his ultimate's name suggests. And Royal Blue need to be careful because he goes right onto Termac. The block does nothing. Showdown onto Wazak with Lo the Man in the wings, and that's another double kill. The Ornhorn goes out, does get the knock up onto both Victor and the the Nocturne. Victor goes down. Valentine helps the rest of his team get the kill. Akuno takes down Piano Bra. Elite Mad Life wants to dive under the turret, but decides at the very end that he doesn't.
I like the response for Royal Blue being able to kind of clean up what they can, but ultimately another losing fight from them. Not exactly a good position to be in. They're going to be able to
hit. The Lollipop Miniature Hobbit is doomed. He is ignited. No Feather Call. The ultimate goes in, but there was no angle to get the feathers back.
Oh, you missed it.
Wazak is here. He's trying to get a kill. Okuno jumps in as well. I want everyone to pay attention to how Mad Life just saved Valentine's life with the body block. Graves cannot attack through targets.
Yeah, and how close Graves was to dying from the Feather Caller there. Zach coming in to try to push away the champion off the turret to not lose a plate amongst all of this, but at the same time we're going to see a Drake traded for the Grubs. That will not be 6 Grubs on the side of Royal Blue, so no crazy Grub, no little guy running at the turret, but here we are, and kind of we're back in the same position. We are the same amount of gold lead, the same champions that are a threat. We still have a gold lead in every lane, but now it feels a little bit less weighty. Like it seems like we have a little bit more balance from Royal Blue, who've been able to take some of those epic objectives. Zach going in.
I don't think there's any threat here. Miniature Hobbit is pretty healthy. Although, never mind, Okuno's doing a bit of damage. You get the Elastic Slingshot. Did we see another stretching strike? Wow. There it is, and never mind. Not only that, he's on a killing spree. What the heck just happened?
Yeah, I saw that as a Zach player myself. I'm like, no, there's something here. Jinx could walk away, but she's not. So that's pretty good. I like this. I wonder if this is an often played thing by Elkuno. But yeah, a very cool play from them. More fighting on the top side. It's so hard to tell if we should get excited about these fights.
Termac in trouble as well. Instantly bursted with the Nocturne ultimate under the turret. I think this will be first turret, and that'll be feats over to the side of Washed Up OGs.
I absolutely crazy fights. Like it's so tough to tell the threat assessment for all of this, but Washed Up OGs seem to know that. They're showing me up certainly to be able to take these fights confidently and kind of slowly, and over time whittle away at Royal Blue's defenses. Yeah, they're absolutely, sorry, I'm like lost for words. Like they're doing a really, really good job at taking things down. Now, of course, Feats going over to the side of Washed Up OGs, them getting both first turret and enough kills. to get them that. So that is just another small lead for them in the many drops that are making them a commanding presence. Now, I don't think that Royal Blue is out of the game yet. And they are absolutely showing that by their willingness to still walk up, still do these trades. They're losing, but not by any particular one pain point. And so I think if they play well, if they stick to their objectives, like we have seen before, they can be those terrors of the mid game like they have been in the past.
I agree. One of the big things that I've noticed this game is the lack of vision compared to other games. We're used to seeing so many more wards. In goes the Ornn Horn. The knockup, I think, does go through, but now Wazak is in a 1v2. Knockup does not happen from Piano Bro, though the man wants to keep going, dealing damage to this gigantically tanky Ornn. In goes Showdown. He wants to deal enough damage. Piano Bro is really tanky. Wazak is the target, actually. He gets feared, and he gets killed. Piano Bro takes down the Nocturne, but it is not enough. It's a 3-for-1 trade in favor of the OGs.
Nocturne being able to stall out as much time as he was in that fight is a very powerful play. Getting the health from that triumph and almost making it out, which would have been absolutely terrifying, but ended up dying anyways. But that's a turret for Washed Up OGs. And the march of progress goes on. Watching Washed Up OGs play this way, I think it's no wonder that they were able to take that game in the semifinals. I would have loved to see that game if someone recorded that, but certainly just a commanding presence so far. And suddenly the Royal Blue team that is known for suffocating is finding themselves suffocated.
Yeah, and it's by a lot more than you would have thought, because the other games were so close for so long. But 11 kills and now 5,000 gold here 17 minutes in. And I'm waiting to see where they're going to try and pull it back, because they do have good scaling, right? Mel needs to finish her second item. Ornn needs to get to level 14 so he can start upgrading. Jinx has only one item. So once that second and third item come in for these carries, they're going to be a lot more difficult to defeat. And so I think if you're RBE, you try and slow the game down. That's your goal. You want this to go long.
Yeah, certainly. And I think they're doing that. I think taking that top turret is going to give them that comeback gold. Taking out Rift Herald right here to go for another play. They're playing the game well. I think they're hurting, and they're willing to sacrifice a couple of turrets in order to kind of do that comeback. They're making good decisions.
And they go on to the Jinx. The heal is a lot. The flash away. Miniature Hobbit does stay alive. Jinx Rocket will deal some damage, but not enough. Valentine also has to flash away. Nice root there onto Wazak. Snowdown has to run away, but everyone is low.
The Rift Herald coming out.
In goes the Zac. Termac is the next target. He is caught. Low health. Who are they going to give it to? They get it to El Kuno. Wazak is caught by Low the Man's ultimate. They're going to go underneath the turret into the jungle. And Washed Up OGs don't take no for an answer.
Wow. Very well played for that. I think Washed Up OGs, I've set the timer. I've said what was going on there. I wonder if that Rift Herald was an accidental ward from the Graves, but that is now down. That is another arrow in their quiver that is no longer here. And here we are, looking like things are a little dire for Royal Blue. Now, I will say, despite everything that's going on, only a 5k difference. It seems like a much larger difference, but we'll see if they can pull it out. Mel is 4-4, and I think if you're going to have a strong champion, you want it to be Mel, you want it to be Jinx, and if they can run out the clock, they're going to win it.
Absolutely, and especially again the ornament. I'm going to call them ornaments because I thought that was a really cool, clever name that someone gave it years ago. It's crazy, and
it's very strong.
His upgraded. That means that he's ready on his next level up to bump someone else's. Now, you want to choose the item that will get the most benefit from it. So, like, I think it's actually Collector is a bad item to upgrade because it only gives you 2 extra stats, and so Yeah, it will only upgrade 2 of them, or something like that. It's weird. There are some items that don't give as many stats, and the way the Orin item works is it bumps 3 of them. So
Yes.
if instead you wait for your Infinity Edge and buff that one. So hover over Infinity Edge for me if you would, please, observers. It's over on Xayah.
It's also one of those things that you only have so much time with it. You know, if you wait to get an optimal item later in the game, then you might be sacrificing 2-3 minutes where you could have had that item for a team fight. And you know, this is a game about momentum, and if you don't have that momentum earlier, then that's difficult. This is a choice to have made at champ selection, to say maybe I don't build collector right away because maybe I start to lose. Where is my flexible spots? Because obviously if Jinx is winning, then great, but I think if Jinx is winning, then you don't need to worry about those decisions. But if Jinx is losing like she is now, then you know, or sorry, I've been saying Jinx, but I'm talking about Graves, who has the collector. Then those are those pain points there. But anyways, point being is that delaying
again. Elite Mad Life helps secure that one. The big shields from Emilio. Merlin guy does his best, but it is not enough. Teleport in from El Cuno, but that flash was perfectly angled, and Merlin guy gets out. But on the other side, Termac is taken out, specifically given to Valentine. Snowdown being a bro, and he goes back and picks up the kill onto Wazak. They're diving underneath the turret onto Piano, where he gets knocked up, knocked back, pulled in, and caught. That took forever and half a day, but that is the ace for washed up OGs.
Wow, just a very commanding presence. You've got to hand it to them that they're handling these team fights very, very well. Are just this methodical like engine. That inhibitor turret going down. This is the pain point that we saw. Royal Blue did the exact same thing in their last game, and now Dragon's coming up 25 seconds. They're hurt, but they're in such a powerful position that they're going to be able to take things no problem. They're just running out the clock until they can take that Drake, and this is Soul Point, and that could be enough to just close out the game right there. At what point do Royal Blue, or what can Royal Blue do? Be able to catch?
He's fine. He has flash. He's just deciding if he wants to fight or not. But I think that you're right. The Drake is up, so you save your flash and you save your cooldowns. Though the man wants to get a little bit of damage here, the Death Ray does do exactly that. Half of RBE is already low. Knock up into knockback. Low, the man is shut down. Termac picks that one up. Miniature Hobbit is the target here, but the Blast Cone gives Snowdown right next to him. Termac goes down. Triple kill for Valentine, and it is another ace for washed up OGs.
Brutal, absolutely brutal. They can't quite get a foothold anywhere. They do take down the Victor, which is not nothing. Victor having a shutdown is a significant amount of gold towards them. They're opting not to take the Dragon Soul quite yet, despite being pretty low. I respect the decision-making point there. If they were able to take down the Nocturne and then maybe smite the Dragon, that's a couple more minutes of survival in there. But as of right now, it's not looking great for them. It does look like Xayah is trying to take that alone while they go for the Akshan, which is the correct spread. Akshan shreds your armor and magic resist such that it is very easy to get a team wipe when you're taking Otacon. But it does look like that they're going to hand them both epic monsters as they're licking their wounds and trying to figure out what they can do from here. Emilio looking for a cheeky steal, maybe?
Not going to do anything here.
Oh, it's fairly close, but
it was not enough. The Jinx rocket was closer to stealing it, in fact.
True.
But that is double epic buffs over to the side of washed up OGs. And actually, that's not Soul. That's only the third Drake.
Is that only the... Oh, that's
the overlay's not there.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was because not only do they get Soul, but they get the Otacon buff of the 25% more in addition to the Soul. I just don't see anything in Royal Blue's quiver that allows them to stay in this game any more than delaying the inevitable. But we'll see. I do love a good comeback story as well. But Royal Blue,
Though the man chasing after Wazak, he gets movement speed from his Q, flash over the wall, but it is not enough, and that's one more thing on into the chamber of WOG. Baron will be the third epic buff that they pick up if they manage to secure it. And with Wazak down, no smite possibility, I think they just get it. Oh, and in fact, their own smite runs away just to go and fight Miniature Hobbit. They picks up that kill while his team takes the Baron, and now they go on to Merlin Guy. And Elite Madlife grabs the hook onto Termac. Valentine helps pick that one up and goes legendary.
Yeah, it's an absolutely brutal showing to be able to have enough confidence to leave the Baron fight and go for all of this. They're going to take down every single turret. They're pushing for the end. They've got the Baron play. They've got the death timers. And I think that we might be looking at our victors right here.
Wazak, the victor with Victor on the team. Wazak goes down. Piano Bra is pulled back and killed as well. Miniature Hobbit and Merlin Guy are back, but Valentine says, I want to get you instead. Takes down the Jinx for a double kill, and washed up OGs convincingly win March.
I gotta give it to them. They played a very, very powerful game, and I think they deserve the win. I'm glad that they were able to beat the people who were 3-0, and congratulations, great win.
Absolutely. And just we talked about it, right? The scaling on the side of RBE was the play, but they could not stop the onslaught that came from the washed up OGs. They pushed the pace, they dove, they forced, they punished. Everything about that game was just make sure they can't scale.
Right.
And with the fact that the Nocturne got so fed so quick, that was the problem in my eyes, at least. If Nocturne doesn't get fed and can't do anything, suddenly what does washed up OGs do?
Right. Yeah. And it's tough because I don't think that there was any fundamentals that were wrong as much as just the little things that were taken out that led to their ultimate victory. And you know what? I don't think that that Royal Blue needs to necessarily feel bad. They played some excellent games the past two games, and I'm glad that we had these games, because what an incredible showing from not just these two teams, but from all the previous teams. I just think it was a very, very fun tournament. Certainly one for the books.
Yeah, and we've talked about what was the most fun on our podcast PCP.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribe, by the way.
It was live last time.
Yeah, and the introduction from Comet Crash, but we've talked about, which was the most exciting, the most memorable, all this. This tournament, I think, was the closest in terms of who could have taken it. All of our top 4 spots were just insane. The way that they were looking during the Swiss stage, their plans, the way that they performed in the playoffs, everything about it was just so close.
Yeah.
And that to me says that the PLC is leveling up. Right?
Yeah.
Because we're getting so many more teams that are closer in this level and their ability to just fight and win. And it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, I love that not only are we seeing new names, not only are we seeing returning players, but that we're seeing like close games, and we're seeing identity. We're not seeing a homogenation of every team doing their own thing. So it's a very fun, a very exciting place to be. I love casting it. I feel myself just like waking up and going, huh. I've been talking for the past minute. What did I say? Because there's just so much to talk about, and it's a lot of fun to be here and doing all of this.
I'm seeing some chatter here in the chat. We've got it's interview time from Server Panda, and we've got a couple guesses on what's coming up. Now, everybody, we do have an interview coming. Our lovely Adam and Anonymous is getting that all prepared while Bleen is setting up the things on the back end. So you just have to listen to us a little bit longer and know that we're about to see that 25 drop down to about 17, and that's okay. We love you still, but you're gonna want to wait. I promise you are. Oh, we get to listen to you. Oh, I see. That's what he's saying in there. Thank you, admin.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk with our interview about our last game and get their opinions and feelings on that. That's a classic. But I think that the last thing we need to talk about was how all of our wins were from the teams who were able to take turrets earlier. It's all about that map pressure. It's more fun to chase kills and get that number high, but the reality is that League of Legends is a game based on whose Nexus survives.
Explodes.
And so if you're taking down turrets, you're getting pressure on the map, which gives you better places to set up plays, and that's what each team has been able to do. It's looked close in terms of team fights and their ability to match, blow for blow. But the team that got the turrets and the pressure on the map is always the team that won.
Yeah. And I like it that way. I like that making decisions on the map matters, because imagine if it was the other way, where it's like you push 6 turrets down and then you lose the game. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Now I think that there's ways to play around that, and I think our teams are smart enough. I hope everyone's taking notes. I hope that we're watching these VODs back and learning from it, because I want people to come back with some fire under their belly and some hunger to do even better. But great showing from everyone. I'm really, really proud of them all. This is where I hold my finger up to my ear and I say that production is still putting on their final touches for everything, and I'm trying to stall as much as I can. But
so then let's answer Kodo Draco's question. How OP is matching skins as a team?
It's so OP, Kodo. I'm so frustrated that it's still part of the game.
He does say Team Unknown had a 100% win rate matching skins and 0% if they didn't. So I will give some credence to that. I don't know if it's 100%, but it is still a fun thing to do. I know that when we're just playing with our friends, it's fun to just match the colors and stuff.
Totally.
But,
and some baseball traditions are like, you don't wash your socks, and I'd never lost when I haven't washed my socks. You know what? If it works for you, great. Keep going, man.
you know what works for us?
What works for us?
We have a surprise double interview. Please welcome Pianobra and Valentine, the cousins that had the family rivalry in our finals game. Hello, gentlemen.
What's up?
It's going pretty well. Let's try and do this one at a time. Pianobra, how are you?
Probably not as good as Dylan's doing, but but as far as individual performance goes, I'm the best cousin at rock paper scissors. So.
LOL.
Oh my gosh. So, all right, guys. So talk to me about our matchups today, because you met in round 1 and RBE came out ahead, and now here in the finals it was WOG. What was the difference? What switched? How did it transfer between the teams? Mhm. Mm. Okay, and so unfortunate there was an audio issue and they couldn't quite hear that. So I'm going to try and repeat that. I'm going to try and repeat that. So game number 1, you had the Viego and you found that the ability of Royal Blue to push and to fight was more impactful. So grabbing Nocturne in game 2 and setting the pace yourself through your jungler is what put that more in your favor in game number 2. Got it. Okay, so he did agree, and he said that those type of their ability to find windows of opportunity is one of their big strengths. So we're gonna pause on Valentine. I'm so sorry, bro. That's a bummer. But we'll move over to Piano Bruh and say, you guys fought pretty hard through the tournament. You took down Team Unknown. We watched you 3 games in a row. What was the what was the atmosphere like for Royal Blue as these games kept going your way every single time?
It was fun. Honestly, I think the biggest it was like probably the first big tournament that Termac was a part of, and so we were
Oh,
trying to
okay.
hype him up. And he had a really good Silas game the game before, like
Yeah.
saved the game with an Amumu R. And
Yes.
so
Mm-hmm.
like I think like everybody was having a good time, and it was also the first major tournament for one of our players, and they'd been gone for 2 years on a mission. So
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
back.
Yeah, welcome back.
yeah, definitely a coin flip performance from that guy. Shout out to
Mhm.
Miniature Hobbit.
You know what? Because you called him, I think Miniature Hobbit did a great job.
Mhm.
The way he was able to dance around the map on the Zeri was incredible.
Yeah,
And
true.
the innate weakness of Jinx is she can't do that. And so I don't hold that against him, especially with the power of Melio right behind you and Flash. Like, how do you combat a Nocturne Victor that are just always on top of you? So,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
good
feel like we
for
really
him.
like giga trolled our draft that game. Like first, I don't know why we did red side. Like we want to contest Viego and make them ban on their side, right? Like because it's a shared champion pool. Like we definitely should have gone blue side.
Sure.
Like the other thing is that like me and Wazek definitely like we had the most success in the tournament when we had like champions that we could 2v2 really well on and like make plays
Mm.
happen on our top side. And like Graves is just not that kind of champion. Like
Yeah.
we want to be playing with cryo and invading and doing stuff like that. But that just wasn't a part of our draft, and so we weren't kind of able to show our strengths.
Well, at least one of Shazbot's big things is learning, and so we're glad that you found that lesson, and we hope that you take that into your next games. Valentine, can we hear you?
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
All right. Well, we can hear you. We've been able to hear you the whole time. Let's wait for. I almost said Twitch chat. There it is. All right, we hear him finally. Okay, so then Valentine, you mentioned in the general chat that you were looking for a little revenge on the Silver Smashers. Does this victory today feel as good as you think it would have been to go up against the Silver Smashers again?
Yeah, it always feels good smashing Jacob. So, whenever I get the opportunity to, these tournaments, it's just on repeat. So no.
Whenever I
worries
play
there.
flex and whenever I like sub for flex and whenever I play Clash, like these guys like actually just run it down. And whenever they're playing against me, they always just like drop 12 and 2 mega bombs.
It's
actually so
different.
gross.
It's different. Yeah, totally. Oh,
yeah,
man.
no, I think a lot of the players on our team do well in high pressure situations, and when it's a little bit more of a for fun environment. We see a little bit more for fun place. So
Okay.
yeah.
So then I think that the most important question that everyone has on our mind is this going to be the PLC rivalry, or will we even see some crossover where you guys are on the same team and running this
Mhm.
this tournament?
I think Jacob and I have a pretty long history of playing against each other, and also a pretty long history of playing with each other. So I think it honestly I have no objections playing with him in the future, and I also have no objections to beating him again. So
down in revenge.
yeah,
We'll be in the finals next month. Be like, Jacob,
Okay,
this is your
okay.
moment. I'll
Sure.
walk into Camille, and I
Yeah.
will
Oh,
run it down to
yeah,
you.
we're gonna give you the Camille for sure, dude. That's definitely gonna make it through Pick Band. Yeah.
I'm excited. I like.
Yeah.
Here's the
I've
thing,
always
though.
wanted a rivalry in PLC, and it's feeling. I love this. This is
Like-
great.
Like high key though, like the way we set up the tournament in our server, like we're trying to have 4 teams, and
Mhm.
instead of putting all of our best players on one team, we kind of split them up across all the 4 teams. And so I'm just saying that next time our roster is going to be a little bit more juiced.
Okay.
If
Okay.
Valentine's,
All right.
we won't split it up like that anymore.
Sure. Looking forward to it. If I can get all the boys to play again, then we'll see you next month.
The gauntlet's thrown. All right, y'all.
Well then, Shazbot, do you have any other questions for the guys?
I honestly am so jazzed up at this point that I need to cool down a little bit. And I incredible plays. I really enjoyed casting y'all. It was very, very fun.
All right, then before we close it out, I'm going to give each of you a chance to say anything you'd like here to the audience. We'll start with Piano Bra.
Shout out to the community again. This tournament's a bunch of fun, and it's like, even just in the past 2 months, we've gotten a lot of people in our Discord more interested in competitive play. So it's super good. We had a lot of people have great first games, great first days, good experiences with League of Legends. That's what keeps people coming back. So
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Also shout out to my team. You guys played awesome today.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously, shout out to you guys. I think the 1-day format is something that's desperately missing in the scene,
Yes.
especially with the no rank restrictions or anything like that. I think literally any other amateur tournament you go into, you find out, hey, we can't play together like the 5 people we want to because of this reason or that reason or schedules or what have you. So it's just awesome that you guys are putting on a 1-day tournament, and I think it's just it's been a lot of fun. But shout out to my team, of course. You guys we played really well, and then also shout out to the players that are trying dipping their hands into competitive for the first time. Ted Ferguson, shout out to that guy. It was it was fun playing against their teams. So GG's.
Wonderful.
Jeez,
Well,
indeed.
thank you both for taking the extra time to be on this interview. Congratulations once again to Washed Up OGs, and well played throughout the entire tournament by Royal Blue. Thank you guys. We're gonna send you off.
See you
All right.
guys.
All right, everybody. That is going to do it for our March tournament. Thank you so much for being here, for being a part of our community. That is the goal, right? We want people to be here. We want people to enjoy the show and to enjoy what competitive League of Legends can be. And so then, Shazbot, any other thoughts from you?
I have lots of thoughts, but honestly, I am so excited that it was exciting as it was. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. So then, everybody, don't forget that April has already been announced and you can sign up. That is April 19th.
Sounds right.
April 19th. That is it. It will be at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And then May 17th, that registration is also open. So don't forget to sign up your teams, get everybody in there, and we will have another great show for you in April. And until then, good night.
See you.
We are